That's what we're trying to figure out where to go back.
Good evening. I'll open this hearing. We still have people coming in, but the hearing to begin with the review of the proceedings. This is a regularly scheduled meeting with the Caldwell Hearing Examiner on January 25th, 2022. I serve in both a decision-making capacity and an advisory capacity to the Mayor and City Council. There are two types of public hearings that this Commission conducts. The first is a legislative hearing whereby we formulate recommendations on certain land use requests. My recommendations are then forwarded onward to the City Council, who makes decisions on legislative matters. The second type of hearing is the quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that the requests are specific to a parcel of land. I'm authorized to make decisions on requests for special use permits, variances, preliminary plat time extensions, and planned unit developments that do not involve the subdivision of land. However, any decision I may make tonight is by no means final. Anyone that believes he or she has been aggrieved by my decision has a right to file an appeal to the City Council. On quasi-judicial requests that involve the subdivision of land, rezones, and annexation, I am authorized to only make recommendations to the City Council, who will make the decision. The hearing procedures, as required by the Idaho Code, are as follows. 1, staff will first present a report on the application. 2, the applicant or the applicant's representative will then present a summary of the request. 3, testimony of those in support will be taken, followed by testimony from those in neutral position, followed by those in opposition to the case. I will allow the applicant or applicant's representative rebuttal. After rebuttal testimony is given, public testimony is closed, and no new oral or written testimony will be allowed unless I elect to reopen the testimony. The time limits for each testimony is the applicant will receive 10 minutes. Those in favor, neutral, or opposed will receive 5 minutes, and allow 5 minutes for rebuttal. I accept oral and written testimony from those in attendance, but only if you signed the sign-up sheet to speak and have been sworn in. When testifying before me, you must come to the podium, state your full name and address, and acknowledge that you've been sworn in. I ask everyone to treat all parties with fairness and respect. I will not tolerate any outbursts, and I ask those in attendance, please turn off your cell phones. I am a volunteer hearing examiner and receive a small compensation for my efforts. I am charged by law to keep a clear record of the proceedings, consider factual testimony, and to stay within the city's and state's rules and regulations. And we, the city staff, thank you for your courtesy to us and others as we move through the process. Now I ask the secretary to swear in those who wish to testify. Please stand and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you very much. We have a couple of housekeeping items before we get going. First, on the consent calendar, approve the minutes of December 7th, 2022. Those are approved with changes. Approve the minutes of January 11th, 2022. Those are approved with changes. And on the agenda, the first order of business, the action item, case number ANN 21-1/PUD 21 is continued from December 7th and will be further continued to the hearing examiner meeting on March 22nd. So this is also known as the Enclave subdivision. If you're here to testify or have a concern about the Enclave subdivision application, please return on March 22nd, and when that will be heard. Having said that, the first case on the docket under old business, we have action item case number SUP 2113, which is continued from the January 11th, 2022 hearing examiner meeting. It's a request by Brian Wilson for special use permit for Latitude 96 Apartments, a multifamily residential complex on 3.93 acres in a C3 service commercial zone. The applicant is requesting to construct 2 12-unit apartment buildings and 3 24-unit apartment buildings. The property is located at 4120 East Ustick Road, Caldwell, parcel R324970000. With that, I'll ask the staff to make the presentation, please. I'd like to note that there's received an exhibit, the presentation for this case, the Latitude 96 Apartments, and labeled as SUP 21-13-1. Good evening, Mr. Director. Go ahead, please.
This hearing examiner, Jerome Map, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, City of Caldwell. Thank Director, and I've been sworn in. Before we get started, I have a couple of late exhibits. I've made some changes to the, or added some conditions to the application. I have 2 for the applicant, or 1 for the applicant, 1 for you.
Thank you, Mr. Matt.
Just for the record, one of our staff members became ill and is not able to be here, so I'm here in her stead. as stated, there's a request for a special use permit, to construct 2 12-unit apartment buildings and 3 24-unit apartment buildings located, on 4120 East Houston. Total number of units are 96, with a, acreage of 3.93. You will notice the location of the site. It's on Ustick Road. To the south is Walmart, commercial on south and the east. To the north, commercial, and to the west, residential development. The proposed development is in a C3 zone. The residential gross density does not exceed 25 units per acre. The proposed applicant has provided the following amenities: clubhouse, children's playground, and a pavilion. Parking requirements. Let me go through the staff report. We have before you in the staff report the comments from engineering. From the planning department, here's our responses. The project does not have to be platted because it'll be under one ownership. The required parking spaces are 144 parking spaces, which the applicant has provided. The cluster postal location has been identified as west of the clubhouse. Qualified open space is 10% under city code. The applicant proposes 12%. We'll discuss this in a few minutes. They have 3 refuge containers, landscape along Ustick Road. Requirement is 25 feet. We'll speak of that in a few minutes too. A pathway requirement, which I added as a condition, is that this site is located on the Elijah Drain. So a 10-foot minor pathway will be required to be located in that area. They have provided bicycle parking. And under code, section 10-7-10A, there's a requirement for a landscaping buffer between the residential zone, which is 10 feet, and the commercial zone, which is 15 feet. We received comments from Valley View School District. One of the questions that always comes up is about density, not density, but the capacity of the schools. That is one of their concerns. But their major concern as a condition was stated that that we require a sidewalk, street lighting to allow for safe walking to school and to bus stops. We've also had a condition that the applicant contact call a transportation company or ground bus company, which whichever has jurisdiction regarding bus service to contact them and confirm a location for a bus stop. In general, this application complies with city code, with the addition of a condition to be placed, before you. We have, 13, conditions. Now, the areas I wanted to speak about, along, Houston Road, the city engineering department had required, I believe it's a right turn in, could be some modifications to Houston Road. In the slide presentation, which I received this late afternoon, they are considering requesting a variance. A variance is not part of this application and cannot be heard at this time. The applicant will explain what they may wish to do. Staff can advise that any changes to the standard requirements of the code would require variance and would have to be heard at a separate public hearing. I should also mention that condition 911, I placed the wrong street. It should be Route Houston Road and not Cleveland. The other thing I wanted to mention was regarding the open space requirement. Staff has not been able to identify the exact amount of open space. Our code requires 10. On the site plan, it doesn't identify any drainage areas, retention areas. Those cannot be part of the open space equation. And so the applicant will have to provide to the planning department a plan that identifies the difference between qualified open space and the drainage and retention areas. Mr. Aaron Examiner, that's my presentation to you. I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Knapp. Going through the application, there's just a couple questions I had here on page 9 of 30. It says that there, for parking requirements, 1.5 parking spaces per unit. In that statement, it says proposed is 144. The application itself says there'll be 149 parking stalls. Do we know if it's 149?
May have just miscount, Mr. Aaron Examiner.
So
They still comply to code requirements. Well, one thing I did mention is that on the additional conditions, I mentioned about the Elijah drain, but what else they have to provide are some electrical vehicle charging stations, EV2, and they have to be charged. We've had an incident where we required EV stations and they never charged them. They lay dormant.
those are the squirrel-operated EV chargers. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's like a moment here, I attempted these same additions to the conditions of approval that you've given me. I just wanted to cross-reference to make sure that we're hitting the same ones.
Yeah, that's why I highlighted those two, because those are the only two that changed.
Yeah, with the school district, and you have this exhibit I labeled SUP 2113-2, new conditions. The school asked to provide sidewalks and street lighting to allow for safe walking to school and bus stop. Now, what does a bus stop look like? Is it an area or just a location? Is it like a pull-out?
We don't have a standard.
Okay.
I turned that over to the school district, and they can identify what they want, and have to provide that.
Okay.
And one of those things is a design. It's a bus stop, and you're aware of this, where you don't have blind spots, such as overgrown landscaping. So it has to be an appropriate location. We don't actually have a standard. We will in the future, but we turn that to the school district.
Okay.
And identify where that location should be.
Then just reading through, we are talking on 96 units here, and there's a threshold for traffic mitigation of 500 average daily trips generated from a location. Now, because it didn't require the traffic impact study, is there any feeling or guess of the kind of traffic to be generated from this project?
I would like to see the engineer respond to that question.
Okay. Hello?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, to answer your question, you are correct. This development falls well short of what would require a traffic impact study. However, it does exceed the threshold of traffic mitigation just slightly. And so, according to my calculation, and this is just a really rough calculation, is that your daily trip will be somewhere in the vicinity of 500 plus vehicle trips per day.
And Mr. McDonald, does that trigger their mitigation, some of these others to see that threshold, or what's the recommendation for that?
So the threshold for traffic mitigation is 500 vehicle trips per day.
And is there a condition of approval for them to participate in road improvements, intersection improvements?
So the traffic mitigation is codified and spelled out in city code. There's not anything that specifically addresses it in this report, but it is in city code as to the requirement and how it's administered.
I'm still not clear. Is this something that has to be addressed in the conditions of approval? Or
yes, it could be, yes.
And you said they exceeded that threshold, so, but did you have something to that effect in your notes, your comments on this?
Yeah, so Mr. Hearing Examiner, the mitigation will be required per city code, and if you would like, we can add a condition that states as much. The calculation for the mitigation is spelled out in city code, and so that will be calculated and given to the property owner or the developer.
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. We'll That concludes my questions for staff. Thank you, Director Knapp. And with that, we will ask the applicant to make their presentation.
My name is Ken Firmage, and I'm representing FS1 and the property owner, Mr. Dave Nelson. I live at 4904 West French Glen Drive in Eagle, Idaho, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Privileged to be here. Thank you for allowing us to be here in person. So the project is, we're calling it Latitude 96, and let me just tell you a few things about it. First off, we are in agreement with all the conditions. There's no question about the conditions, although I do have two questions relative to the new conditions that we just found out about, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. As far as the project itself, I'll just kind of skim through this because you already know all of this. 3.93 acres, vacant ground, currently zoned C3. It requires a special use permit, which is why we're here. By code, if we were allowed to do this, it would, code would allow for 100 units on this parcel. We're asking for 96. The property is, we're in accordance with all of the zoning requirements. Our midline height on our apartments is 35 feet, 40 is the maximum. Our setbacks meet or exceed all the distances. The open space is actually 12%, and all of our retention is underground, so that's why you don't see it anywhere on the actual site. But it's all the drain and retention is underneath the ground. We have 0.4 acres of open space, qualified open space, which is 12%, 10% being the minimum. We do have interior sidewalks and pathways, 1,836 linear square feet of that, a 2,000 square foot clubhouse, which I'll show you really quickly, a children's play structure, a pavilion with some open space and a barbecue area. And we are at 144 spaces, which is what's required. 96 of those have carport and 6 ADA, and we have the bicycle parking as requested. I can explain some of the reasons for the changes. When we initially submitted this application, we had the egress and ingress at 620 feet from the boulevard. We didn't realize that there's an access management policy that requires us to be 660 feet away from Caldwell Boulevard or from Cleveland Boulevard. And so that's why we resubmitted, and as you'll see in the next one, that's why we pushed the egress ingress to the far west edge of the property. What that did is it required us to just shift a few things around, but still maintains the open space that I just referenced. And really nothing else changed other than where we're coming in, and we lost 4 parking spaces as a result. Mr. Mapp talked about the variance that we were going to request. It sounds like we cannot do that, so we won't. We'll deal with city staff. Essentially, we found out this week that we are required to dedicate 2,500 square feet for a right-hand turn lane into Walmart. We didn't realize that until just a few days ago, which is why we didn't initially request the variance. We were going to just ask if we could encroach into the landscape buffer for the northeast corner of that building. We can make it work without it. We'll probably need to move the building into the middle and move the clubhouse to the up northeast corner. It's just not as friendly in terms of the way it works in the interior, where you have the clubhouse centrally located, you have, the pavilion. We'll have to move the pavilion and the play structure down to the bottom southwest corner where you see that open space at the bottom. So it'll work, it just doesn't work as nicely in terms of traffic and pedestrian flow. But I guess, since we can't address that really here, we'll maybe, request to come back and request a variance, or we'll just work with what we have. In terms of landscape plan, we meet or exceed everything that's been requested, you know, class 1 and 2 deciduous trees in every parking alley, shrubs, perennial ornamental grasses around the clubhouse. A nice landscaper buff, which is a mix of deciduous and evergreens, shrubs for screening. The complex itself, I don't think you really need to see all this stuff, but this is an example of one of the apartment complexes that we're currently building. It's furnished nicely, it's nicely appointed, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, apartments. Just an example of the elevation, the 12-plex, and the 24-plex. Each of the apartments has porches covered, you know, screened-in porches. So it's a very nice complex. And here's an example of the clubhouse with an office, exercise room, kids' playroom, and a great room. And then there's the elevation. So the only question I have is, one, how many EV charging stations we need to provide? We're happy to do that, just need to know how many. And then relative to the pathway along the drainage dish, we're certainly fine with providing it, but the challenge will be, if I can go back to our property line here, the challenge will be that the drain and the drain district all are outside of our property. So we would have to get approval from the drainage district to allow us to put a pathway. Unless the city is asking that we just put it on our property line, which we could do, it wouldn't go to anything, but we could certainly do that. So we just would need some clarification as to what the city's requiring relative to the pathway along the lake.
So you're talking about the northeast corner where the entry into Walmart?
Yeah, so if you're it's hard for me to, on the west side of the property, which would be kind of where the entrance is, that's the side that the Elijah drain is beyond, you know, the drain is beyond our property line. It's outside of our property line, as well as the easement, which normally isn't the case, but we have both the easement and the drain outside of our property. So depending on, it's just a matter of where does the city want the pathway to go, right? We could put it on our western edge, but it's not very close to the drain. We're 75 feet away. So it's just a matter of where does the city want it, and if they would allow us, the drain district would allow us to put it over by the, you know, in the easement, we're happy to do it. It's, the way it's sloped, I doubt they would want to do it. It's a kind of a liability, so I'm imagining they're not going to want us to do that just because of the way it slopes over there. So we just need some clarification on exactly what the city wants us to do with that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yes, Ms. Ruth?
I might add to that as well, this particular property, their property line backs up against individual lots that lie across that drain. So adjacent to their property line is each individual lot that belongs to the house on the other side of the drain. So not as easy to put it in that drainage easement as one might think. So a pathway, if required, would have to go on the property, not on, you know, otherwise they'd have to work with every individual property owner across the drain to complete each segment of that pathway.
Thank you. That helps. Go ahead, sir.
So it sounds like then we would just put it along the western edge of our property. Is that what the city would ask for us to do, or just looking for clarification? I don't know.
I was not working on that.
Okay.
I was not working on this application, so that would be something to work out with.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Mapp's kind enough to fill in for our planner who's sick, so it's a confluence of experience. So. Well, either way, we're happy to, we just need clarification to meet the condition. With that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay,
question for me?
Thank you, Mr. Furnish. This isn't quite settled, I'll have a discussion about those matters with the staff. Because of the nature of this being a special use permit, we have to have all of our i's dotted, t's crossed at this hearing tonight. And if there are any proposed changes to the site plan, we'd have to include them, or come back to, make a condition, three choices. Do it tonight, come back to another hearing, or condition of such as the staff, and you and your fellow applicants can work that out. But we have to be really clear, with the results tonight. This is the one shot here.
So relative to the pathway you're speaking, or the issue that I brought up?
Well, the pathway, the issue on the entryway ingress egress there is for another night.
Right.
Unless you just want to go with what you've drawn there, and we'll call it good.
Well, we're fine with what we've done, but to meet the, right-hand turn lane, we're gonna have to adjust, because we're encroaching into the landscape buffer, so and we just found out about that, so we'll need to move that 12-plex in the upper northeast side into the middle and move the clubhouse, just switch the two. So, but everything stays the same, open space, everything else stays the same. We just switch those two pieces.
Okay, we'll continue this discussion in your rebuttal.
Okay.
So you want to do a rebuttal, and I thank you for your testimony, and I'd like to move on
Okay.
to
Thank you.
the other people signed up. Thank you, Mr. Furnish. I have Paul Hubble. Is that correct? Oh, okay. Chooses not to speak. And next we have Marla Carson. Ms. Carson?
Marla Carson, I'm the architect on the project. If you have any questions on the design, I can assist on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what are you doing on the project?
I'm the architect for the project.
Okay. Well, if you wish to testify, you're up here, state your name and address and get sworn in, and we'll go.
Okay, I have nothing to testify.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Those are all we have to sign in. Director Knapp?
Yes, in regards to the electrical vehicles, at least one, we'll let the developer determine if he needs more than that, but he needs to provide one. And I also want to make sure that the applicant has seen.
Okay.
The conditions that are identified in the staff report is revision. That we has 13 conditions. I mean, we have, like 13 conditions. Okay, he identified that he does have that correct staff report.
Okay, what was the number
13.
for the EV charges?
No, one EV charge,
Okay.
EV2. So it would have to be specific and say EV2.
Okay.
And the conditions of staff reports, there are 13.
Okay, got that. Thank you.
I failed to mention that I modified the staff report because our staff became ill. I completed that on Monday with the conditions, which I sent to them, I believe it was yesterday. And then we discussed them again today.
Okay. Thank you. we'll get back to that. I've been notified that we do have, other people who signed in, and, we'll go through that. David Nilsson. Would you like to testify, Mr. Nilsson? Who's not to testify. Next is, Bernice, Patzer. Would you like to testify?
Yes, sir.
Why not?
I just wanna say that I was always impressed.
May I have your name, address, and
Oh,
where you're sworn in, please?
okay. My name is Bernice Passer. I live at 4119 Ashton Avenue, Caldwell. And this project would back up to my property.
You were sworn in, correct?
Say again?
You were sworn in, to
Yes.
testify? Okay, can you
Yes.
go ahead, please?
And, I was impressed with the care that they had taken to follow all of the rules. There is a bus stop that's directly across from my house, which is the fourth house in from Ustick. It also was my understanding that Ustick is going to be widened either during or before or after this project is started. Is that correct or not correct?
There is a requirement for, widening. I don't know what the extent of that is. There will be, widened, along the full frontage of the parcel.
Well, anyway, I'm for it. I think they'll be very careful in what they're doing. So, and I have always called it the creek, not a ditch. I
Okay.
grew up with a ditch that's filled once or twice a year. This thing runs water 24/7. So, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, if I know anything.
No, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Mr. McDonald, did you have a response about that?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would just for the informational only, there is a city project proposed to widen Ustick Road, basically from the west edge of this, property all the way through to the interstate. And that is a project that is proposed to happen this year, probably starting in the next 3 months or so. And so there will be construction going on in this entire region, and this is a major intersection enhancement and widening project that will be going on.
Way to go.
Based on your testimony that, Mr. McDonald, is that the full width of the, Ustick Road, complete overhaul? Good to know. Thank you very much. Next person signed up is, Mr. Wilson on the Zoom.
Yes,
Mr. Wilson?
can you hear me?
Yes, would you please state your name and address, and, if you've been sworn in, please?
Yes, my name is Brian Wilson. I live on 1029 East Bedford Drive in Queensville, Utah. I have not been sworn in and I have no comment either.
Okay, that makes it even. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, and good luck with that. That does conclude those who have signed up to testify. I'd like to, invite, the applicant up for rebuttal, please.
Well, I'm happy to rebut nothing. It was wonderful. But I do want to just point out, once again, on the minor pathway, we would ask that that condition not be imposed upon us simply because we have a sidewalk in front going to the exact same location. Why would we want to put another sidewalk or pathway behind the apartments going to the same location? It just seems redundant, and it's going to disrupt all the landscape and the trees. We've got all these trees and things going in there. We will do it, required, but it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Since we're putting it on our private property, why put it behind the apartments when we have the exact same pathway in front of the apartments going to the same location? So we just asked that that be considered. That's my only rebuttal.
Okay, Mr. Furman, I would at this time like Director Knapp to address that question, please.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, the reason why we require the pathways is that, over the years, the pathways will finally come and be connected. We may not connect to a particular site or to a particular pathway today, but as you know, like the Boise bike path or Greenbelt, there were sections that were not developed for many, many years. Same thing here at Caldwell now. We'll work with the applicant and the best way to place that pathway. But we would ask that that not be taken away from our master plan.
So, Ms. Furman, clarify for me where the pathway sits. We're talking about the one that follows the eastern boundary?
Be on the western boundary.
The western boundary?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like you've got two there.
Because we have an interior path, you know, all the way, all sidewalks all in on the interior. Obviously, we have sidewalks going adjacent to Ustick Road, and we would just then put another pathway, you know, behind the west side of those apartments where you have the 24-plex and the 12-plex. It would be behind it along the western edge of the property.
Okay. And,
Does seem a bit redundant.
and that's the way it's drawn in this exhibit?
Well, we didn't have a path, the other pathway, because we didn't know about that until just now. We just found that out now, so.
Okay. Now, well, let me just ask you, are there things that are discussed tonight, will they require change to the plat drawing or the conceptual drawing?
We just have to add the pathway, so.
Okay, is that the only change that,
We would also, to comply with the landscape buffer, we'll need to move the 12-plex in the northeast corner to the center and the clubhouse. So we're switching the clubhouse and the 12-plex so that we can comply with that, the grant of right-of-way for the right-hand turn lane. So that slide right there, if you'll notice the right-hand turn lane, you know, we are required to dedicate 2,500 square feet to the city for that. By so granting that, we are not meeting the landscape buffer of 25 feet. We only have 12 feet there. So we will need to either slim the building down, but I think our preference would be to move that building into the middle where the clubhouse is and put the clubhouse there, because the clubhouse is smaller, right?
okay,
So that would be the change, and then we'll take the playground area and the pavilion and put it in the southwest corner, that open green space down there.
Thank you. 1 second, let me just, Director Knapp, Mr. Knapp, can we, condition the approval, that you review that change in-house and we're clear on switching those buildings around and, dealing with that northeast corner, egress point?
Staff has not reviewed this, so we don't know what the impact. One of the concerns that staff would have is that if you move any open space play area along a major street location, that becomes a conflict in itself.
Mr. Knapp, then, would you recommend that, we table this to the next hearing and make a decision when we have these changes in front of us?
comment.
I guess there's two options, Mr. Hearing Examiner. One is that, another is to, allow staff to work with the applicant with this approval. And if we can't come to a reasonable agreement, then we'll bring it back to you to, make a final decision on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knapp. And, Mr. Furnish, you had a comment on that, please?
Yes, I was just gonna say, we agree to all of the conditions, and we'll make sure that we still meet or exceed all the conditions, and we're happy to, I like what Mr. Mapp suggested, we'll work with staff to make sure that they're okay with everything that we're presenting, and as long as the both of us agree and we're still meeting all the conditions, I would request that we be given a conditional approval. And we'll work with them to make sure we meet all the conditions that are required.
Okay, I appreciate your viewpoint on that. I have to think about that a bit, because I mentioned before that this is the final stop on this unless you appeal the decision. And typically we want to have a complete application in front of us before making some type of decision on that. That's what I'm struggling with. I would like to say it's a good project. You know, you've done a lot of good work on that, you know, a very ambitious project, to get this kind of density in there, but, I think that's a good step forward. Now, the one question I did have is, would you consider, you know, the build-out scenario that, any of these units are affordable?
Yes, that's our goal. I mean, of course, in today's world, what's affordable, but they will, relatively speaking, yes. I mean, we don't yet have it priced out to build it yet, so we know what we're trying to do, and the hope is that, I mean, it would be comparable to what you're finding for 2 and 3 and 1 bedroom in the area right now. So we're not looking to, you know, make it higher than what's there now.
So let me ask you if except for the moving the clubhouse issue and accommodating the pathway, ingress, egress, you're okay with the rest of the conditions as amended. I received this exhibit, number 2 today with a new set of conditions. You have a chance to review these conditions. Do you have this?
Yes, we're okay with it. We'll work with staff to make it work.
Okay, great, and thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Mayor, did you have anything to add to that? With that, I will close this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Furby. And going to deliberation, I did receive a set of conditions here at the beginning of the meeting, which I've labeled as SUP 21-13-2. And I had addressed in my notes some of these same issues, so I would like just a minute to compare my notes to this new exhibit, make sure that we're hitting all the high points, necessary conditions, and I may be adding something here. Mr. Knapp, one of the requests was for an exception to the building height, which I think is fine, but it's not stated in the conditions of approval. You think that requires a citation as one of the conditions of approval to allow that exception?
I think I may have missed that. And
Okay.
so, Okay.
It's 35 feet, 40 feet is what's required.
Okay,
40 and we're 35.
the applicant said that, that's not the case. I mean, it was a mistaken note here. Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Knapp, Mr. Furlage. I'm going to go ahead with the decision on this and add a couple of conditions. In reviewing this case, SCP 21-0000013, the latitude 96 apartments, we have comprehensive plan, goals, and policies to support this, and the hearing examiner agrees with those comprehensive plan policies cited in the findings of facts. The Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used and evaluated in the application. Proposed use is conditionally permitted by the terms of the ordinance and is subject to conditions of approval. The conclusions of law. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case in order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met and the hearing was conducted within the guidelines of applicable Idaho code and city ordinances. Section 8, the order of decision. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the hearing examiner hereby orders that case number SUP 21-00013, request by Brian Wilson for special use permit for latitude 96 apartments, 96 unit multifamily development located at parcel R32497 and 50 in Caldwell, Idaho, in a C3 service commercial zone is approved with the following conditions of approval. We have received an exhibit tonight that contains the conditions of approval, labeled SUP 21-13-2, and that includes conditions of approval 8.2 through 8.13. And the applicant has received this tonight and has agreed with these conditions of approval. I would like to modify condition 8.13, which states provide EV2 vehicle charging station. This must be charged, and there should be one each station provided as an amenity.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, at 8.13, provide an EV2 vehicle charging station, one each, and this must be charged and functional.
Okay, so one each, like one at each building, or one,
No,
one station?
I understood one station, am I mistaken?
Okay, no, you aren't, but you kept saying one each.
Yeah.
So it's an EV2,
Oh,
so two, it's the phases of.
yeah, just one only.
And one station, okay.
Okay. As discussed in the hearing, we have a couple of options for the provision of a pathway. The applicant has indicated they wanted to install a pathway along the western boundary of this property, and that will be cited as condition 8.14, which will be as follows: provide a pathway on the western boundary of the property. Another issue that came up, is in the northeast corner of the parcel, the city is asking for a right turn lane that would provide that ingress for the Walmart shopping center, and that will necessitate some adjustments to the building layout, the footprints of the building may have to be switched around, indicated that the clubhouse might be put in the northeast corner, and that dwelling unit would be moved to the location where the clubhouse is. Because this changes the configuration of what's presented in this hearing, I'm going to condition that there be a subsequent site plan that shows those changes, and this will be worked in conjunction with the staff, and if they come to a conclusion, that'll be fine. We'll consider the proposal approved. If they don't come to a conclusion, we'll be back at another hearing to review the site plan. And I'll try to get that into condition 815. I'll just simplify it. Okay, here we are. Sorry to be taking up all your time. Condition 815 will read as follows. A revised site plan is required to accommodate the right turn lane on the northeast corner parcel. Staff will review this. If a solution is not agreed upon, this use will be heard at a subsequent hearing. I think that covers our concerns with that. I'm seeing a thumbs up there, and with those.
That's 814. That's condition 814.
That's condition 815.
15.
814 is concerning the pathway on the western boundary. And with that, I will close this hearing, and I thank you all for your participation in this. We'll get this worked out, and we'll rely on our staff to finalize the details. I thank you very much. With that, we move on to the next item on the agenda. That item is, case number AN 21, dash 15/PUD 21-5, SUB 21-42, otherwise known as the Solstice subdivision. And, with that, I would request staff to make the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn. This application before us tonight is for Solstice subdivision. It is a planned unit development application. The application is for annexation of a previously platted open door subdivision, Lot 5, Block 2, which is an existing residential lot within that open door subdivision. When the subdivision property, Lot 5, Block 2, is approved for annexation, the currently platted right-of-way will also be heard by City Council to be vacated. That right-of-way cannot currently be vacated until annexation of the property is approved. But, that will be addressed at the City Council hearing. The planned unit development preliminary plat approval is for 115 lots, including 100 attached and detached residential lots and 1 commercial lot with 14 common lots on 24.56 acres. The property is requested to be annexed as R2 medium density residential with 1 commercial lot of 0.4 acres in the northwest corner of that property, which is allowable in the planned unit development process. The underlying comprehensive plan designation is for medium density residential. The proposed planned unit development is consistent with the comprehensive plan density requirements. Actually, it's well below what the allowable density would be. And they have met 2 of the 5 requirements for planned unit development, including the multiple housing types, and also that it is a mixed use. There will be commercial development in the northwest corner, and that commercial development will not exceed 30% of the property, so that also falls in alignment with the requirements. They are indicating to use common driveways and internal circulation, private drives for the alley-loaded homes and some of those homes that lie within the corners of the property. Staff has looked at this, believes it meets the intent of the recently changed ordinance requirements for a PUD or lot frontage on a public way. And we have worked with the applicant on this application pretty extensively to ensure that that we met or exceeded the requirements for PUD. Staff's recommending approval of this application, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Root. I do have one question on the private driveways where the properties aren't fronting on a public road. Is there a condition about who maintains those driveways? Is that an HOA, or who's going to maintain those private drives?
I believe their letter of intent indicates that they will be part of the HOA and they will maintain them.
Thank you. Just clarification on the staff report talks about 100 lots. They're 100 units being proposed total for this, correct?
That is true.
Just want to clarify that. So we also address the applicant's requesting a waiver, several waivers here. The 600-foot maximum block length on Tropic Way, and the lots having frontage on a public roadway, and about the subsurface stormwater retention areas. Have these waivers been addressed adequately to allow the waivers to stand?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So, not only are they requesting those few waivers, there are a number of proposed PUD standards that are, also essentially not what is required in an R2 zone standard-wise. So that there is that table that provides for the existing standards, and then the proposed PUD standards for setbacks, lot sizes, lot frontages, et cetera, in there, which are consistent with many of the PUD applications that we've seen come through the office and in front of the hearing body. There's, reduction in setbacks, reduction in lot sizes, and things for the attached and detached homes, and they have a good mix of those in this application. The waiver of the 600-foot maximum block length on Tropic Way is a waiver that can be allowed through the PUD process. So we believe that by meandering that roadway through the development, it provides for the reduction in the expressway through a development. So it isn't really connecting to anything. So I believe that waiver is appropriate to request with the design that they provided for us, that they brought forward. The waiver that all residential lots have frontage along a public way, the majority of the homes have frontage along a public way. It is not direct access, but it is frontage on a public way. The new statement in Development Standard M actually allows for the common driveway, which is what the intent was when the attorney and staff put that together. And so we believe that it meets that, but that's not really a waiver that we need to have. But that's how they addressed it and asked for it, and so that's what's in there. I do believe that the new language in M allows for those homes to be on a common driveway. So, because it allows for them to use that common driveway standard. And then the waiver of subsurface stormwater detention areas covered with turf, that they provided an open space exhibit that indicated the amount of what those stormwater detention areas were, and so their open space is still exceeding the required 10% open space. So an actual waiver of those stormwater retention areas is not necessary. It's also not a precedent we necessarily want to set or perpetuate. So I feel like the application and the layout and design as presented meet the requirements of the code and exceeds the 10% open space without having a waiver of the detention areas. They're allowed to be in that open space. It's just they're not allowed to count as part of the qualified open space. It's usable area, and that's a great thing. So I believe they've met the
Thank you, Ms. Root. Next question, this comes up in all the cases tonight about the school mitigation. The school district is basically maxed out, in their classroom space, and they request street lighting, paved sidewalk, bus stops, and so forth. Has that been addressed? Did you have that discussion with the applicant?
I did not specifically have that, conversation with the applicant. The street lighting is required on the public streets. Sidewalks are required as part of our standards, and the comprehensive plan addresses that the applicant work with the school district to identify bus stop locations. At this moment, I'm not sure I put a condition in there for the bus stop locations, but, okay.
1622. I just,
Great.
because that is an issue in most of these cases tonight, I just wanted to have a discussion. You know, our sympathies are with the school system, and they're just trying to play catch up. You know, maybe there's something that we, you know, we as a city can have a discussion with the school district and address these issues and you know, at a mayor council level. That would be a good thing to do. I think that's it. Thank you, Ms. Root. And with that, I would like to, one more question on the modified Exhibit A12, modified land use schedule for the potential commercial uses in the corner. Is this list agreed with or formulated with you and the applicant? Are they on board with this list?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. The modified land use schedule for the C1 commercial zone property in the northwest corner, that was agreed to by the applicant. They were provided the list, they were asked to go through it. Is there something, initially they asked for just 2 uses in that parcel and to leave that as residential, but we didn't feel that that's a mixed use requirement, and wanted to provide for a broader opportunity for uses within that commercial zone to better utilize the property and have multiple opportunities for small neighborhood commercial businesses in there.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes my questions. With that, I'd like to ask the applicant to make the presentation, please. Mr. Totten.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will take off the mask. My name is Bob Totten. My address is 2724 South Palmetier Way in Boise. And I'm here representing the owner of the property and the applicant, which is Pontifex Capital LLC. I put together a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll try very hard not to duplicate the great job that Deb did. So when they pull it up, I'll get started.
Okay.
Unless you had a initial question for me?
Well, I just might add that what we're looking at, I've labeled as Exhibit AMN 21-15-1. Go ahead, please, Ms. Totten.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, thank you. This is the application, annexation, rezone, plan unit development, preliminary plat, and was mentioned by Deb, there's a vacation of public right-of-way that was dedicated through the open door plat in the 1970s, and that will be taken up at council after the annexation takes place. So I don't think I need to go through any of that other than to point out that the gross density for the entire property is 4.07. units per acre, residential units per acre. And when you subtract out the, 0.40 acre commercial lot, it's, 4.14. So obviously very much below the 12, maximum when you have a mixed-use PUD. I think we talked about the location. It's on the south side of Ustick. It's west of the roundabout at Lake and Ustick. We do have a 50-foot irrigation easement on the west side, and that's for the low-lying canal. On the east side, lucky us, we have another easement of 55 feet for the Wilson drain. So it prevents some opportunities, certainly on the east side, being able to extend connectivity, any roads, so that's not really feasible. We do have, as we'll see in the site plan, the opportunity to extend roadways linking properties to the west and to the south. This is the plat, the open door plat. At the southwest corner, it's lot 5, block 2, and that was sold and is occupied. And the resident actually takes access to Ustick via a 20-foot access easement that's actually within the irrigation district easement. So, however, the easement indicates that it can be terminated when alternative public access is provided, and I'll show you how we're going to do that. It'll be a much better situation for the property owner. Medium density is the land use designation in the comprehensive plan, and you can see how we fit in with the general area. Zoning is R2 across the street from us, C1 where the Baptist church and school is. Then surrounding us, of course, is ag uses on the south and on the west. We're only, of course, half a mile from the Walmart Supercenter, and of course we have other retail commercial opportunities on Ustick further over towards 10th. So the property is really extremely well located, and with the improvements that are taking place on Ustick, the new overpass, which is under construction by ITD, this really is a developing corridor, and ultimately the roadway will be a much bigger roadway than it is right now because it's a principal arterial roadway. So, as Deb mentioned, we comply with the comp plan in the R2 zoning district. We're not asking for any variances. We're making use of the PUD option to introduce some deviations. We do meet 2 of the 5 criteria, which is primarily the variety of housing and choice of housing, and then also the mixed-use nature. Our qualifying open space is 13.8%, so of course it exceeds the 10%, and I'll get into a little bit more detail on that. And we concur with the staff report, and we accept the condition of approval that are in the staff report. So our main features when we set out to design this was we wanted a range of housing opportunities and consumer choice, not just price point, but also consumer preference. I'm an example of an empty nester that moved down, so we want to offer that kind of opportunity in the marketplace as well. We also wanted a connected and walkable community, and I'll show you some of the pathway configuration that we have. There's a central gathering place, which is highly amenitized, and that's a great focus for the neighborhood. We also connect to the future Cougar Pathway Corridor, which is intended to go down the low-lying canal easement, and then we'll extend north, going up to where the Brothers Sports Park is, and the high school, and of course the YMCA, and then we'll go ultimately south across Karcher to the south boundary of the city. So that's a great amenity that over time will be terrific for the residents. It'll be about 4.3 miles in length. We also the client is really focused on enhanced streetscapes. The last thing he wanted to do was have rear lots backing up the streets and have just all of the lots be front drive, so there's driveways every 50 feet and drive access cutting across sidewalks and so on. So what we've done is we have something in the order of 62% of the product is alley loaded. So obviously from a streetscape standpoint, you're looking at, continuous landscaping. And also for all of the lots that side onto the local streets, instead of just widening out the lots as required by code, and then putting a fence right behind the sidewalk, he has chosen to install 10-foot street, landscape buffers, and of course, keep the lot size as all the other lots are, but have that enhanced appearance, down the local streets, which is, definitely an extra cost. I really applaud him for willing to do that. Then we also introduced some innovative lighting patterns that we've seen in other parts of the metro area, that we wanted to introduce. So this is the overall site plan. Just go through it very quickly. We have a single entrance on USTIC. That's a result of the access management policy for USTIC. We thought we might be able to have a secondary entrance just to right in, right out, but city staff said no, that wouldn't meet with the access management. We will have a left turn lane coming into westbound left turn lane coming into the subdivision. Ultimately, when USTIC is fully developed, it very well could be right in, right out, or maybe just right in, right out, and left in. Likely the left turn opportunity will go away in the future, but that won't be the case for a while. Our major pathway is outside of the 50-foot irrigation easement for the low-lying canal, and we'll show that in the landscape plan. We have a variety, and you can see the Wilson Drain on the east side of the property. In terms of the open space calculation, neither one of those easements is included in the calculation. The drainage features are not included, and when I show you the qualifying open space exhibit, you'll see that we did subtract out those underground sand infiltration drainage features that are within the park area. But even at that, we still meet more than meet the 10% open space. We do have stub access and would provide a 53-foot easement to the west property line for the extension of the roadway in the south half of the property. And then we do have a stub that goes south to the adjoining residential. We've also included, as required by code, the 20-foot buffer between residential and ag uses. So that's part of that can be part of the qualifying open space. So we've taken care of that. We have 4 different housing products. There are townhouse products, which are typically 25 by 100 feet. We then have 40-foot wide alley-loaded lots, and those lots are 100 feet deep. Then there are 52-foot wide front access lots, conventional access, and then 62 feet wide lots that are also a front access. And so we have a very good variety of residential. We have the commercial site, the C1 site, at the northwest corner, direct access to USTIC. The building will front access with parking behind. So it'll have an attractive streetscape. We're not quite sure what the use is. We really like the opportunity to have a variety of uses to choose from, so we can see what the market will be like, because that'll be about 2 years from now, by the time we go through all the engineering and site development and so on. And we'll see what the marketplace is like at that time to be able to capture a user. So excited about that. And then you can see kind of at the loop in the southwest corner, there's a little gray spot with green where the major pathway is to the south and also across the north. That's the 20-foot access for the outpost parcel for the resident that currently lives there. So he will not have to take his garbage cans up to USTIC Road. So I'm sure he'll be happy about that. And he has paved access rather than, a gravel surface. So it will be, we think, a better condition for him. There is a sewer access, a sewer easement, the green area that's in among the lots that are on the east side by the Wilson Drain. We negotiated an easement with a property owner on the east side of that drain, and then we connect into a public right-of-way, so we'll be able to extend the sewer that services the project over to Lake Street. The alternative was to go up to Ustick and then completely, probably rebuild the roundabout, which would have been incredibly disruptive for everybody, let alone quite expensive. So that turned out to be a great solution. Okay, I think that's probably it on the site plan, so let me carry on. So this is the table that shows the diversity of residential products. As I said, the single-family detached or the alley loader products are 62% of the total units, and single-family detached, the non-townhouse product, is 72%. By the way, the townhouses are constructed on individual lots. So when we say 100 lots, yes, there will be 100 residential lots. These are the deviation standards, deviations to the standards in the R2 zone. We familiar with how the standards work in other cities in the valley, and Deb mentioned that they seem to be consistent with what you've been seeing here in Caldwell. They're really tailored for each of the products. So if there's any questions about them, I'm happy to answer them. We did borrow the commercial standards from the traditional neighborhood mixed-use district and included those for the C1 parcel. So wanted to use some standards that are already, kind of the record and being used elsewhere. And this is the emergency access. As I mentioned, we couldn't establish an emergency access, let alone a full second access from the property to Ustick. So in talking with the fire department, they recommended that we, when we replace the 20-foot access easement for the family in the out parcel, we can take advantage of that to create the 16-foot wide all-weather access. And this was the location that the fire department directed us. So there will be bollards on Helios Street that will restrict access, and will be, of course, access will be provided in an emergency situation. So that will go directly up to Ustick Road. And this is the landscape plan. Again, I pointed out the streetscape buffers along all of the lots that side onto a street. Now, some of them are, also entry buffers, which we have meeting code. There's also landscape strips along the common driveways. The main feature is, of course, the park. I'll show you an exhibit that outlines the off-street pedestrian access, so I'll explain the micropaths and so on. I think the landscaper has just designed a great job, and of course the client was very encouraging about the park space being a really highly amenitized space. So I'll go into a little bit of detail on that. This is the off-street pathway, and I'm a big believer, as is the client, in creating an environment that makes it easy for walking, for active transportation, and as we say there, make the healthy choice the easy choice. So we have a very good pedestrian off-street. This doesn't include the sidewalks. This is all non-street oriented pathways. So the micropaths that cut through the blocks of residential. We have significant pathways in the park. We have, of course, the major pathway that runs all the way down the west side, and we'll connect into, the canal kind of goes in the southeast direction through that out parcel. So really at the end of our pathway, you're right up against that easement again, so the pathway can be continued to the south. So we're very pleased about the pedestrian circulation. I live in a community that's very walkable, very well connected, and it's a joy to live there, and that's the principle that we were following with the plan. The center green line there is the Cougar Pathway Corridor. So it runs, as I said, 4.3 miles from the high school all the way down to the south boundary of the city. So it will be a very nice feature for the residents. Qualifying open space, it's comprised of the 10-foot major pathway. By the way, code only requires 8 feet, but we think 10 feet's a better standard. The central amenity park, and then there's another small open space that's a minimum of 1,500 square feet, micropaths, and then the buffer between the residential and the ag use to the south. So there's no, so as I said, the pathway is outside of the canal, so we're not trying to double dip there. And we have excluded the drainage features. There are some, small surface ponds, those weren't included. We subtracted out the area for the sand filters that are in the overall park space. And you can see on the plan for the park exactly where those sand filters are. So, it was a reasonable amount of area that was subtracted, but we still exceed by quite a bit the minimum 10%. So this is the central park. I've got a black and white version that I'll go to next that'll I can explain the features a little bit better. I mean, looking at the color is great, but it's hard to see some things. It's focused around a key open space playing field that is big enough for U9 soccer games, so youth soccer games. We have, well, let me go to this one, the black and white. We have pickleball and tennis, 2 courts. We have a half basketball court. We have an adventure play area in the southeast corner. We have the trellis area with picnic, barbecues, and other ramadas. And we have the big field. And then we have, and this is the inspiration of the owner, he really wants to do public art. So when he picked the name of the subdivision, sorry, I should stand back a bit further, decided that he would want to do public art that was a sundial. And so I've got an illustration that was in the application that we'll get to, and it's, kind of is the inspiration. I'm not sure what the final design would be like. I happen to like the illustration that we have, maybe we'll just duplicate it. But you can see that it's very, very active. It really caters to all ages. And there's some passive opportunities. There's also very much active opportunities. And then the micropaths, you can kind of see the 3 stubs. They provide direct access from other streets. So you don't have to, a short, quick way and a safe way, actually, to be able to access the park. So this is the amenities we're required to provide, the required amenities, which are the micropaths, the major pathway, the usable open space, qualifying open space, and berm, streetscape, landscape buffers, which are out on USIC. And then we picked 4 more of the optional amenities, and, well, we picked 5, and then we added 9 more. So we far exceed the amenities. And again, that was intentional, to create a highly amenitized, really great neighborhood central focus area. It's an illustration of the trellis, barbecues, picnic area. That's the adventure play, those logs in kind of look like tree stumps. We're very much more in favor of that kind of facility as opposed to your traditional tot lot. I've had some bad experiences in my own developments with them, and they're costly, and there's a lot of liability that goes along with them. And kids happen to like this type of active play even better. And that's an example of a ramada. And this is the, sundial illustration that we include in the application, just so everyone could understand that it's intended to be a significant piece. And I guess that is it. If I could, I'd just like to address a couple of things that you spoke about before my presentation, and that was the drives. The drives will be maintained, private drives will be maintained by the HOA. That was definitely a requirement on the part of the city, and we're fine with that. The waivers, the 600-foot waiver for that block length, again, it really deals with the lots that are on the east side. We don't have the ability to do an intersecting street that would cross the Wilson Drain and go over to Lake Street. That's just not, there's no right of way that we can connect to on the other side. So that creates that long block situation. But again, with, how the streets work, we were very intentional about trying to have street calming here as opposed to one street coming in and going straight through. So we think that that's appropriate. The frontage on a public street, Devin's explained that. It seems like we're now consistent with what will be adopted in code, I guess, but has been approved by city council. And the subsurface storm drainage, I kind of threw that in, but obviously it's not necessary, it's not required. So I think the only waiver would be the 600 feet, which I hope is very acceptable. And then, as I said, the land uses for the C1, staff had suggested the list. We looked at it, they gave us the opportunity to add and subtract, but we thought the list was really good. So, we're totally on board with that for the C1, situation. In school mitigation, the only thing that we've received is a letter that talks about, the challenges that the schools have, capacity, and, it's a growing market, and they're always playing catch up, and maybe one day there'll be impact fees for schools, it just seems to be the right thing to do. Hopefully that'll happen soon. I think most developers would be willing to participate in that. But there wasn't any mention about bus stops. And if there is something that's necessary, we'll certainly work with the school district. We have not had any specific requirements from them other than their, concern about enrollment and adding to the enrollment. I believe that's it. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Totten. I believe, I have no questions, and I'd like to go to the next person. Thank you very much. You have a chance for rebuttal.
Thank you.
And I have, Medium, I'm sorry, ECHEDERN.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, would you like to testify, please?
I do not.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next on the list we have, under the neutral category, Justin Earl. Would you like to testify, please?
I just have a question or two as well.
Yeah, come on up then and state your name and address, and if you've been sworn in.
Justin Earl, 3304 East Usick. I'm the one at that southwest corner, and I have been sworn in. And my only questions, I think, I had a bunch, but most of them were answered, and that was a good presentation, and it looks like a nice development. But my concern is my access in and out from Usick, primarily through the construction phases. It looks to me like there's enough of an easement that canal road stays intact, so I'll be able to use that while everything's under construction. If I'm mistaken, I'd like to find out what the plan is to keep my access open throughout construction. And also, if ultimately the intention is for us to use our entry and exit through the neighborhood, that whole eastern half of my property is undeveloped, and that's gonna be a significant cost to me to make a passable road to connect our existing road to the new development road. So again, back to if that canal access road remains open for us to use if we choose, or if the developer would help throughout the construction phases install a road on that eastern half, connecting to the canal road from the roads they have in the subdivision. And that's it.
Sir, what house are you living in?
We're in that excluded block in the southwest corner there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask staff, Ms. Root, could you address that issue about his access?
attempt to. So currently, they take access to Mystic Road via the, irrigation easement access road. And, the developer is required to provide access to a public road, to that out parcel, and ultimately, that would be the intent, is that his access be to the public way, via that, through his property. What I'm understanding him to say is he doesn't want to have to develop a driveway to that public way, which I'm not sure how that goes. The irrigation company could terminate his access easement, once there's access to a public way. I don't know that that's their intent, but that could happen.
So, Mr. Earl, does that address your question? Is that?
It gives me a little more information, but still, yeah, I mean, obviously there's some questions. I'm not sure that we have access to answers at this phase, but, I just wanna make sure I'll have access in and out, which I will, one way or another. But ultimately, if the irrigation district, doesn't allow me to use, the easement road that I've been using, and I have to go through the neighborhood, like I said, it's a pretty significant project to install a road on that, eastern half of my property to access the roads to the neighborhood. So that would be a significant cost to me, to be able to do that, if that was my only option in and out. And that's, I guess just something we'll have to see how things go as we progress. But those are the questions I had, and, I think that's it. For now, I'll just listen to what else comes up, and, we'll go from there, I suppose.
Well, thanks for your testimony. I think that, you should also have a discussion with the applicant.
Yes,
See
absolutely.
what kind of accommodations to be made.
Yeah.
And what that design is going to look like and so forth. There's some questions there that I don't think we're, ready to respond to. We don't have that kind of information. I do appreciate your testimony.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next on the sign-up sheet, we have Steve Neely. Mr. Neely, would you like to present?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Steve Neely, live at 4420 Lake Avenue, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
To piggyback on the last gentleman's comments, that I have some questions on that also. On the western side of the property, it appears to me that you have the western side of the property, and then you have the ditch, and then you have the access road. Is that correct?
So the access road for the property in the southwest corner is on the east side of the drain. There also appears to be some ditch access or maintenance access on the west side, but that is not the access point that residential unit uses.
Okay. That goes down, that crosses across there.
It does.
That is also, that's the access for the irrigation, to be able to turn on and off the water and to regulate it to our properties on Lake Avenue.
Okay,
So, sounds like we might have to go through the neighborhood to access that at some point.
potentially, they're not removing the ditch access road, they're actually gonna use that as an emergency access point for the fire district. So it's not going to, the road access is not going to be removed. Ultimately, they want access to be taken through the development so that we limit the number of access points to U6 road. So we cannot, we do not terminate the irrigation company's easements, we don't have that power to do.
Okay, so what you're saying is on the west side of the property, there's an easement, and that'll be some kind of access for the fire engines or whatever to be able to get in and out, ambulances, that type of thing, and at this point, we're really not talking about anything on the other side of the ditch, I guess, the irrigation ditch.
So your comments really need to be directed to the hearing examiner, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, I think.
So, ultimately, that irrigation easement and maintenance access would have to remain for even your purposes, I believe, unless someone were to, obtain a cross-access easement with the property owner to access from the public way to that irrigation source, head gate alternative there. Otherwise, it would have to remain in that irrigation maintenance easement.
Okay, once that, access crosses over and on the other side of the irrigation ditch, canal, whatever you're gonna call it, right through there, that ends up on Lake Avenue, and that's just a little dirt thing. Are they developing that, or is that not part of this?
Not quite sure where your
Right
reference
there,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, to the south at this time where there's no development applications.
Okay, just curious. Okay, first of all, I want to say that I appreciate the planning and zoning and the hearing examiner, all the work that the Thompson group has put forth. I think they've done an excellent job, for this type of project. Yay, team. Also want to say thank you for the pickleball court. I do have some concerns. One is that, it's a medium density subdivision, and the lots, along Lake Avenue are half acre to multiple acres, and the lot size is 1/7 of an acre average in the PUD. So, it's not, nobody likes growth, I guess. So I guess that would be one concern. The other concern that I have is the impact on the Valley View schools. The fact that there's additional maybe 200 students, and plus the one that you've provisionally said yes to on the apartments, also in the Valley View School District. Additional 200 students along with that, it means that we'll need a new elementary school, and that will require a levy, which will impact property taxes for existing residents. I saw no mitigation requirements in the reference papers for that. That would be a question I have also. The other concern is the additional traffic. Right now, we're slammed. We have way too much traffic during those peak hours and non-peak hours. And I understand that we're building that road wider, we've got the traffic circle, but that also puts more traffic on Lake, it also puts more traffic on Homedale and Indiana, I believe. And so, is there anything addressing those concerns about the other intersections and the traffic that's coming through there? And I wonder what the future plans are for Homedale and Lake Avenue in particular. And will the burdens of the upgrades of those roads be shared by Solstice? And what does the 12.9 mitigation rate, noted in the documentation cover? That's a question. And then my final concern is Wilson Creek, which is on the eastern side of the property. Wilson Creek is very steep, and there is an easement that comes down through there, and am I right to assume that the irrigation ditch, irrigation company is responsible for the maintenance of that? And I think there was going to be a fence from the property, and then there will be a easement road, and then Wilson Creek, is that correct?
So let me address that question to staff. Mr. McDonald, would you like to address the traffic system improvements in the area? And then Ms. Root, could you address the question about the canal, please, or Wilson Creek?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The two comments the gentleman made regarding traffic, I can address those to hopefully to answer the questions at hand. Traffic on Ustick Road has increased, and there are several projects along the Ustick corridor to improve traffic that the city has planned for this year and future years. The concerns about Homedale and Lake, it's no surprise to us that there are issues at some of those intersections on Homedale. We have a engineering consultant firm right now as we speak that is doing a full corridor analysis on Homedale Road to identify the types of intersection improvements that are needed at each of those intersections. And that includes Lake Avenue, Midway, that also includes Florida, and Indiana was completed, and then 10th Avenue is a big one too on Homedale. So we are looking at all those intersections. Each development that comes in, especially developments of this size, contribute traffic mitigation to the city system. And this is the system that the city has had in place for decades. The city is in the process now of, we are currently conducting a full citywide transportation study where we are evaluating the entire transportation system in the city. And that will, the traffic mitigation will be eliminated, and we will be going to a traffic impact fee in the future. But anyway, the current program now is the traffic mitigation, and that is mitigation that each developer is required to contribute to the transportation system, and that is in the form of either improvements that are not adjacent to or connected to their property, maybe an intersection that is off the ways that is impacted by their traffic, or it is contributed as funding in lieu of an improvement that the city pools and uses for larger intersection projects throughout the city. And so that's kind of the mechanism that the city uses to levy some of the traffic issues that these developments create and help solve problems at major intersections.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. And Ms. Root, could you comment on the creek or the eastern boundary, please?
So it is the Wilson drain on the eastern boundary creek drain, the, POR says it's a drain, so that's good. The applicant has, chosen, as we've, managed these properties that are adjacent to drains, not to have, lots extend to the center of the drain or through that easement. So the applicant has provided for that, drainage easement to be a full lot. And, you know, it'll be a part of the development, not disrupted by that. There's been little or no maintenance of that drainage, and will likely to continue to be that way. Again, it is not, it's a facility that's either owned and managed by Pioneer Irrigation or the, Bureau of Reclamation. And, if they were to come in there and actually manage that drain, it would be the ripping out of all the trees and foliage that is along there, which would be far less, nice than having the trees that are there, because otherwise it'd just be a big hunk of weeds instead of trees that don't get managed either. So, with that, I'm not altogether sure. Bob could, probably address that better. I don't remember if the fence, if there's to be fencing along that, drainage, or if it's to be open to that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. And, Mr. Neely, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much.
The other thing, is that they did just recently come through there and knock a bunch of those trees down, which makes kind of a safety issue in that area. The banks are very steep, and they just chewed up the trees and crushed them and stacked them, and it's just a big slash pile is basically what is alongside that bank. So that's another concern about it. It looks really, really nice with the church, but you get a little farther down the line, and it's a shame. We have a raptor nest right behind our place, and fortunately it didn't impact that. On the east side of the property, which would be the west side of ours.
Well, thank you very much. With that, I'd like to invite the applicant to make rebuttal. You care to, please?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. I just wanted to talk about, Mr. Earl's concerns. I just gave him my business card so we can get in contact, but in terms of, his access during construction, nothing's gonna happen. As one thing I didn't mention in our application is this will be a single-phase development. So no one will be living there until all the improvements are in place. There will be no home building until all the improvements are in place. So it won't be a situation where somehow during construction, he's gonna have restricted access in any way. That won't be the case. And obviously, it's within the irrigation easement, so the concern about access to the irrigation controlled facilities, that's just not an issue, because we won't be doing anything to impact the irrigation district or the rights that they have with the easement. As far as Mr. Earl's concern about the cost of extending a driveway over to where the access would be, the easement, I'm gonna suggest that the applicant and Mr. Earl get together and see if there's something they can work out there that might be beneficial to both parties.
Thank you.
The fencing situation along the Wilson drain, that's what I called it, but some of the folks have corrected me vehemently that it's the Wilson Creek, so we'll go with whatever names be appropriate. But as far as the fencing, we've always maintained that that's a safety hazard. And so there will be fencing all the way along from U-stick all the way down to the south end of the property. We are looking at doing wrought iron view fencing because that's just what we do when we're adjacent to open space, so that's on our landscape plan. Additional traffic, we did do a traffic impact study, it was required, and the improvement that was, recommended by our consultant as well as being accepted by the city was the westbound left turn turning into the main entryway is the only, improvement that would be necessary. But we are subject to that mitigation policy, so we will be contributing and, as it was explained, until they go to impact fees, that we'll be undertaking that payment in order to generate funds for other transportation improvements. Again, the comment about the Valley View schools, we've talked about that before. As you suggested earlier, in the earlier case, it might well be a discussion for the city council and the school district to have, to talk about the enrollment, growth, and what the implications could be. And I believe that is it as far as my rebuttal. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearinghouse.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. And with that, staff, do you have any comments, further comments on that? I will then close the hearing and move to the decision stage. We have two cases, an annexation and a special use PUD. The annexation will be addressed first. Reviewing the comprehensive plan analysis for annexation, the goals and policies presented by staff in the report address the issue of annexation. And for case A&N 21-15, here are the findings of facts. The Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All about the city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application. The conclusions of law, section 7. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case and recommend to the Caldwell City Council that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met. The hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code of City Ordinances. Recommendation for annexation. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell hearing examiner hereby recommends the mayor and city council that case number ANN 21-000015, request to annex Elbendorf subdivision, less lot 5, block 2, within R2 medium density residential for approximately 24 acres, more or less, and a 0.4 acre of C1 neighborhood commercial for proposed planned unit development and preliminary plat for Solstice subdivision. The subject property is approved with the conditions of approval listed in section 10 to be enumerated in a development agreement. The conditions of approval for the annexation are as follows, shown on page 18 of 74 of the staff report. In section 10 we have section 10 with 4 conditions of approval. I would like to add a 5th condition of approval, 10.5, as such. The development agreement will include the preliminary plat exhibit A3P, A3, and A8, period. And with that, we move to the next item, the planned unit development and preliminary plat. In reviewing the goals and policies presented by the staff to support their findings, I find those adequate and properly, delineated here in the staff report. We have their finding, the request for plan unit development and preliminary plat was not found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan components, which I, support. Section 12, findings of facts for the PUD and preliminary plat, listed as PUD 21-5 and SUB 21-42 for Solstice subdivision. The Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application. Inclusive of law for the PUD and preliminary plat, the Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case and recommend to the Caldwell City Council that it be approved or denied. Public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances. The recommendation for PUD 21-5 and SUB 21-42 are as follows. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell hearing examiner hereby recommends to the mayor and city council the case number PUD 21-15 / SUB 21-42, request for a plan unit development preliminary plat for Solstice subdivision with 115 lots, including 100 attached and detached residential lots in an R2 medium density residential zone, and one C1 zone commercial lot, and 14 common lots on 24.56 acres is approved, with conditions of approval listed in section 16 to be enumerated in a development agreement. On page 21, begin on page 21 of the staff report, under conditions of PUD and preliminary plat, we have conditions 16.1 through condition 16.27. I support and recommend these conditions to the mayor and city council with one amendment to condition of approval 16.25, 16.25, and I'd like to add the first sentence that reads as such: the neighborhood commercial, the C1 neighborhood commercial lot, lot 1, block 1 shall be restricted to the uses identified in the modified land use schedule here too, comma, exhibit A12, period. And just add that specific reference. And with that, recommend this approval, and I close this hearing. I thank you for your participation, and we will move to the next case on the agenda. The next case is case number SUP 21-19, a request by North Fork Custom Homes for a special use permit allowing for a single-family home on parcel R04763 in the Central Business District. Property is located at 1119 Blaine Street, Caldwell, Idaho, and with that, I'd ask the staff to make their presentation, please.
This hearing is Everett Jerome Map, planning director, City of Caldwell, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I'm recognizing this sworn in. This is a request by Abby Stover, representing Canyon Village Apartments, for a special use permit to construct a 316-unit multifamily development on 15.44 acres, located approximately 900 feet from the southwest corner of an intersection of East Homedale Road and Caldwell Boulevard in a C3 zone. just a quick background, this, development first came to the city back in 2008. It wasn't developed at that time. We came back in 2016 again, in 2020. The entire parcel is not under consideration at this time, but it's part of the overall development. It'll be in two phases. The portion on Cleveland Boulevard, going back about 220 feet, is proposed to be commercial. And the remaining parcel, which we're discussing this evening, is the multifamily. This project, when it came forward most recently in 2021, we were in the middle of a moratorium for multifamily development in the C3 zone. That moratorium was lifted, and so the applicant is able to move forward. In between that as well, the city code was changed where residential is not an allowed use in the C3 zone. But they had previously prepared this application before that code change was made, and that is why we're here this evening. Canyon Village Apartments will consist of 316 units, as I stated. They describe it as Class A apartment buildings. 144 units will be one bedroom. 144 units will be two bedrooms. 24 units will be three bedrooms. There are also 4 carriage units. They're also providing garages for this development as well to some of the patrons. The project will consist of a resort style pool clubhouse with gym, community room, outdoor social activity area. Can we also have walking paths along the stream, a dog park, outdoor weatherproofed workout stations, and other amenities. The site will have 487 surface parking spaces and 56 garage stalls. That equates to 1.72 parking spaces per unit. Code requires 1.5. As stated on the amenities of this project, I've recorded those within the staff report. I described most of those amenities to you. A couple of other issues I would mention is that each unit will have a patio or on the second, third, or fourth floor balcony. These will be 4-story tall structures. The courtyard, as you'll see on their plan, is in the center portion of the development, as well as the rec facility and other amenities. Staff has seen a couple of site plans, and the drainage area, at least on the site plans I've seen, have moved into a couple of different places. As stated before, that the open space cannot contain drainage or, retention areas. They're required to have 10% open space. From, staff calculations, if they have more than 10%, what staff does not know exactly is how they're preparing their retention and drainage areas. Because currently they look to seem to be within that open space quotient, which they cannot do. They have bicycle racks. They will need EV stations, EV2 stations as the other request I spoke of earlier. Due to the volume or the number of units, staff would recommend 3 stations. Site location to the north is Midtown Plaza, and south is residential. To the west is residential, which is in the county, and to the east, we have empty lot and Faith Landing, development that's been at that location for a number of years. The parcels surrounding, this, land, which are in city limits, are all C3. And staff report 2.8, on the public service, utilities, and facilities requirements from the city's engineering department. As staff reviewed this application, in 2.9, we identified the staff requirements, via the planning and zoning department, zoning ordinance. One thing we realized is that, in the lower parcel off of, Oakdale Road, you see an out parcel. Code requires a buffer between the, out parcel and the development, which has to be 10 feet. That's a condition that needs to be added. We do have a requirement and a request from Valley View School District, 2.11, regarding safe routes, sidewalk, street lights, and, access to a bus stop. To design the structure or structures, there are carriage garages along the rear property line that's adjacent to the triangle parcel on the site plan. I believe from our conversation, those are not two-story areas. We're not adjacent to any residential, but one thing that I discussed was the distance between the residential units which are 4 stories. And, that rear property line. And I believe that was, it's over 100 feet to that rear property line. The reason why I just mentioned that is that what we've learned over the years is that, if that back portion becomes residential, there will always be questions about people peering down from balconies, and the distance is relevant to this application. From staff's point of view, it doesn't seem there would be any impacts to any future residential in regards to that. Do you have a comp plan, comments, and analysis? Which there's no violation in that. And then we go to the conditions. We have 13 conditions. I've added 2 additions. Condition number 14 deals with retention and drainage issue I mentioned. Basically, the applicant needs to provide planning staff a revised site plan showing that they meet the 10% open space requirement, and none of that open space, let's just say qualified open space, and that there's no retention or drainage areas within their open space quotient. And then 815 is a 10-foot buffer around the out parcel. And that would be 3 feet wide of landscaping. That's my staff report. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Director Mann. I will come back to you, for the recommendation of condition 8.14, addressing 10-point open space. Do you have a wording, do you have that written out, an exhibit you give to me?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the last portion of that.
Well, the 2 conditions that you just cited, do you have a written copy of those?
No, I just wrote those.
Okay, and then could you please go over 8.14 again?
8.14 is that the applicant must provide staff a revised site plan that indicates that they have 10% qualified open space, and there's no encroachment of any drainage or retention areas within that 10% open space.
Thank you.
And then 15 is the applicant shall provide a 10-foot landscaping buffer around all 3 sides of the out parcel.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's a 816.
Okay.
And that would be requiring 3 RV2 charging stations.
Okay. Got it.
And those are the conditional conditions, sir.
All right. Thank you, Director Mann. let's see,
Can I provide any additional clarification?
so in, Mr. Knapp, the staff report on page 10, there's an asterisk note at the bottom of page 10 that is addressing the amenities. And it says, not shown on the site plan, but staff is working with the applicant to make modifications. So do we have that revised site plan showing the amenities and the items on page 10 of 22? Particularly the pathways, 5-foot pathway along Moses Drain, and as a recreational amenity along the property boundary. Do we have a revised map showing that pathway?
I didn't see it, but the applicant may have had it, in his staff report, but I didn't notice it.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant, thank you, Mr. Knapp. I have no further questions. We'll get back to you after the
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your staff report. Thank you, Mr. Knapp. With that, I would like the applicant to make their presentation. Mr. Shaw?
Actually,
Oh,
I'm not Mr. Shaw,
oh,
but he's here with me. I'm Elizabeth Kekkeritz with Givens Pursley, 601, Bannock, Boise, Idaho. And I will be doing this presentation with, Nicolette Womack from Kimley Horn.
and you were sworn in.
I was sworn in, yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
All right. Thank you for having us here tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mabb. I believe you covered just about everything that we wanted to talk about. What I'm really excited first, just to be here, is this the forward?
Yes.
Is to introduce the DiBartolo Development Team to Caldwell. They are a national team based out of Florida, and well, on this slide you can see the people who are here. I'm with, I don't know why I'm listed first, I'm here with Givens Pursley. We also have our local team with Nicolette Womack, Brandon McDougald, Abby Hahn, all with Kimley Horn, and then Steve and Emily Franklin from DiBartolo coming in from Tampa. One of the things is DiBartolo Development is a large national developer that is really committed to excellence. There's a lot of words on this page, but the one thing is that they create some really nice, really high-end developments, and they're really experienced in coming into communities and figuring out just where is their niche, what's something we can do to bring something new, something exciting, something a little different, but really that fits in well with the community, that just adds a little bit something more exciting, a little something different than what you've experienced necessarily in the past year. They built over 40,000 multifamily homes in their time period, as well as 4.6 million square feet of retail, multiple hotel units, lots of industrial properties. They really know what they're doing, and so we're really excited to have them here. They have built all across the U.S., both from the more smaller suburban developments to really high-end upscale freestanding buildings in places like Chicago. Just a little bit on the vicinity is, first, this is now a standalone project. This originally did start back in 2008. The site was all one together. It's gone through several different preliminary plats. But at this point in time, this site has been carved off, and it is now separately owned from the commercial that's directly to the east there. The commercial, it's my understanding, is no longer owned by our development group, but it is being actively marketed, and there are some, I can't say that they're signing up tomorrow, but there's definitely interest in the commercial that is going to be, that we're proposing to remain along Cleveland Boulevard there. One of the the things that we're looking at is, this really is, with that commercial portion, it really is a nice mixed-end development, sort of as you come into Caldwell from the south. One of the things that when the council did, do the zoning change, that they were really interested in was making sure that the commercial stayed along the corridors, and that the commercial was left large enough that it was still really viable for businesses to come in and look at. And that they were also talking about how with that, they wanted there to be more R3, to make sure that they didn't lose the ability to have R3 as they were making these code changes. And so we really feel like this is the best of both worlds, is that you do have that commercial, that large commercial strip along Cleveland Boulevard, but at the same time, we're stepping back, we're having this more high-dense, really nicely, highly amenitized, multifamily housing complex. Before I turn it over to Nicolette to discuss all of sort of the ins and outs of the development, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. We also have, I've actually been playing phone tag with the school districts. We recognize that the schools are a big issue. One of the things about this development, it is 316 units, but 91% of that are 1- and 2-bedroom households that are mostly, we believe, going to appeal to the younger professionals, the older empty nesters. It's not, families are of course always welcome. There's some great family amenities, but we do think it will appeal more to the people without children living at home. So that does alleviate some of that concern. With that, we also completely agree to meet with the school district to make sure that we do have a good bus stop, a bus location, completely open to wherever they want to just work with them to make sure that it works for everyone. Also, let's see, we do have new site plans in this, and those could be attached to a development agreement as this development progresses, so that it shows really what we are agreeing to. We have, as Nicolette will go into, we have plenty of open space. We exceed the open space. We have added the paths to the side, but I don't want to take all of the thunder and all of the fun stuff of this development, so I'm going to turn it over to her to go through some of that.
One moment, please. I do have a question about the commercial property, the northeast and the roadway extending through that. Was that extension of the roadway, your prerogative, or was that requested of the city?
The extension of the roadway through
the commercial lot, presumably to intersect with Carter Boulevard?
to Cleveland?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that came from, the staff or?
Yeah, that was a combination of staff and developer.
That was the combination of the staff and the developer requested, that it just made, sense right there to have that access so that you could really get to it from two different directions. Nicolette will talk, we did add, after talking with staff, a second entrance on Homedale. And so the intent is really to try to get people to go in and out on Homedale and less on Cleveland Boulevard.
Okay, I'd like to explore a little further, but proceed with your presentation and we'll get back to that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Womack, 850 West Bannock Street, number 1100, in Boise, Idaho, 83702. Mr. Herring is there, this morning. Thank you. So regarding the access, at this time, we anticipate an easement to the east, so we're happy to have the condition if that needs to be more clear with the commercial property, so that will be maintained to Cleveland. Regarding the application process, as Jerome Mapp mentioned, there was an original approval of C3 with the development agreement in 2008. The plat was updated, to include residential in 2018. And then, in 2020, we began our pre-application meeting, our neighborhood meeting in September, and, in 2021, October, we submitted our application. So as you'll see, this is our site plan. This is the same plan that, is in your packet. So that has been included officially in the record. You can see that our site is about 15.4 acres. As, Melissa mentioned, 316 units, and here's our breakdown of our bedrooms, including the, carriage units, our 3-bedroom units as well. So our residential density is 20.4 dwelling units per acre, which is comparable to R3. And from the previous conversations and our conversations with staff, this is, desirable, in C3 zones, especially in the past. Regarding, the unit size, we provided our unit sizes for you, so you can see we offer a variety of options. Vehicular access, like you discussed, we agree to comply with all conditions of approval. We have a right-in, right-out on Cleveland. We have, I think I can use this. I don't know if it'll show up on the screen. We have a second access, that goes to the adjacent, commercial parcels. And then we have 2 access points onto Homedale Road on the south. I think it's important to know as well, the developer has lots of experience with retail and commercial products. And when they completed the property line adjustment, they went through the remaining lot portions and adequately researched that those sizes will be left behind and appeal to current retail market clients. So for the parking counts, we're required to have 474 spaces. We're proposing 543. Open space, just heading at high level and conceptually, and then I'll go into the qualified open space requirement. We have a canal pathway, like you mentioned, on the west side of the project. We have a dog park area up in the northwest corner. And again, this does not count towards the qualified open space because likely stormwater retention measures will be put in that area. We have a playground, courtyard, clubhouse, fitness center, and pool, all focused in the central area, green space area that you see. I think it's important to go over what Jerome said again. We definitely agree that we should orient ourselves inwards and provide a step down to the adjacent properties. The canal will already provide so much space, but we again have even more step down, so we don't get to the 4 stories until we get to the middle. This is our qualified open space diagram, which is included in the packet, the last page. I'm happy to take it as a condition, no problem. We are required to have 10%, 1.5 acres. We have 20% at the moment, 3.2 acres, so we far exceed and double that requirement. The areas highlighted in green are what we're counting towards that. So you'll see there's a few edges on the southwest corner of the central open space between the 2 buildings, and then also by the carriage units on the south. We have not included because we anticipate our stormwater measures to go there. Here you can see our exterior elevations for the project. You'll see significant modulation, open space and balcony areas on the outdoors, a good mixture of materials and windows and fenestrations, so we'll have, that community feel all centered around a high amenity area with significant landscaping. So like I mentioned, the amenity area is very rich. We have the clubhouse, which is consistent in design with the adjacent buildings. We have the central pool and fitness facility as well, all focused around that central green space. We are willing to comply with all required conditions of approval. I believe pretty much everything has been covered. So We are more than fine to provide the 3 EV stations. We will provide that diagram confirming retention and drainage areas, and that the open space, is not sacrificed. Also, we will go over that buffer real quick adjacent to the out parcel. The only thing I wanted to clarify, within the project packet on page 6, there was a statement about no direct access to Homedale Road in number 4. I don't think that was intentionally written that way. I think it was understood there'll be access on Homedale Road, so just wanted to clarify that. So we're requesting, approval of the special use permit tonight. And then just before I leave you, I will show you the diagram and our backup slides for the, buffer adjacent to, the out parcel. So here you can see we have a 20-foot buffer all along all 3 edges. There's an existing, fence line. This is the existing, out parcel, on all the sides. That fence, will remain, and then we'll have evergreen trees and shrubs, to buffer, any headlight, sound, and sightlines, around that property. Answer any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Womack. Well, does this make this the densest, or would make it the densest development in the city of Caldwell?
Might be a question for staff.
It's, big time there. I do appreciate the designs. I think they're suitable to something of this density and scale. To state that, this is, the special use is, the purview of the hearing examiner, and we want to have everything wrapped up and tidied up. You mentioned some additional drawings. Do you have those with you, or as exhibits, or?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, the additional drawings that were mentioned are in the packet.
Okay.
So nothing has changed from the packet.
Okay. Just want to be clear on that. And I do have a question, but this is perhaps, if you would mind waiting at the podium for a bit, I'd like to address a question to Plan Director Mr. Mapp, concerning the commercial parcel and the interface with this application. It appears that there is a roadway going through the commercial parcel and through the center of it, and then another one on the southern end of that. The question I have is, because they're essentially developing and utilizing that commercial parcel as part of their development plan, does that parcel need to be in this application? Or is this application for the subject parcel all that's required? I'm just a little confused on that, whether we should include the commercial parcel because of those rights of way transversing it.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, as I remember the discussion with engineering, Rob is here so he can correct me, is that, that front parcel, is only allowed to have one access, and that is the access. I think originally they were looking at 2 accesses coming off of Cleveland. It was agreed upon to 1, and that one access would provide an entrance from Cleveland for this development. As I remember, that in the commercial portion, there are 2 rectangles on each side of that entrance that would house some type of commercial. So they would branch off of that centerpiece. Other than that, I'll turn over to Bob You may have a better memory than me.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I apologize, I lost my train of thought. What was the question?
Well, we have two, egress points going through the commercial parcel.
Yeah.
And should that commercial parcel become part of this application in order to accommodate those rights of way, transversing it?
My opinion is that they do not need to be part of this application. Those access points can be addressed simply, probably with a cross-access easement or something, simple of that nature. I don't see the need to, my opinion is I don't see the need to pull those into this application.
And, do we have in the staff report, is there a condition of approval to that effect? Or in your letter to staff?
Yeah, I don't know off the top, but that would be a standard, condition during engineering plan review. That would be a standard requirement during the plan review to acquire easements for any access or any utilities or anything that are not on the, subject parcel.
And, do you think we should include a condition to that effect? Or is that just part of your standard review and it's not necessary?
We certainly could, and I don't think that would hurt. I don't know if the applicant was planning on dedicating an easement or a right-of-way. I think either one, an easement is probably more appropriate since everything internal is private. And so, if the applicant doesn't have an issue with that, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Mr. McDonald, the road to Cleveland, the one in the center part of that essentially creates two lots. Is this a subdivision? Is it a de facto subdivision, and you need to deal with that?
No, if it's an easement, then it's not separating or splitting the lot. It would just continue to be one lot with an easement and an access road running through the middle.
But that, is my understanding that will be a dedicated right-of-way at some point?
No, that is not necessarily the case. And in this case, I wouldn't expect it to be because all the internal roads are private. And so we would not want dedicated right-of-way coming to a dead end that goes into a private road network system. We would request or recommend that it be an easement and be maintained as private, maintained by the property owner association.
I think you got proven my thinking on that. I didn't want to be creating something inadvertently with this application, not having that as part of the application. Thank you, Mr. Mann, appreciate it. And Nicole, do you have something to add to that?
The only thing I would add is that, we are fine with the condition that requires we get the easement. That's already what was anticipated. And like, the engineer said, there will be internal service drives, private service drives for those commercial lots, so they're already anticipated.
And to reiterate, is this the same ownership for the commercial property as the residential property?
It is not, no.
Okay, but there's some linkage here that they're cooperating to
Yes,
develop
they're actively
jointly.
cooperating.
Okay, great. Well, do you have any more comments?
I don't think so, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Nicole, appreciate it. With that, Mr. Shaw, would you care to testify?
My name's Steve Shaw with the Bartlett Development, 4401 West Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, and I have been sworn in. Just to speak a little bit to the access easement, the owners of commercial parcels out here, when we closed on this property, we did have an easement in place, and that access road falls within that easement and will be privately owned and maintained. Currently, the commercial parcels along Cleveland do have 4 driveway access coming in off of Cleveland. As it relates to what they're gonna be doing with those in the future, I'll leave that to the commercial developer, but we do have an easement in place.
Okay, thank you. You have an exhibit, sir, you have an actual, recorded document to that effect?
That's correct.
Is that included in your application?
It's not in the application, but we can provide it. Staff, as we go through engineering approvals.
Yeah, I think that would be proper.
Thanks, sir.
And that concludes your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Next we have, Emily Franklin.
No comment at this time, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like, on page 2, we have, Ms. Abby Hahn.
I don't need to specify, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, Rob Smiley, Mr. Smith? No? Okay. I'm having a hard time, is it Brendan McDougall?
Yeah, nothing added this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDougall. And then I have, Joe Swain.
Nothing to add, sir.
Okay. And, Charles Capson?
Nothing to add.
Okay. That is all the folks that we had signed up to speak, or not to speak in this case. With that, I would like the applicant to make rebuttal, if you wish.
Just super briefly, we don't really have much more to add. We stand for any questions, but we look forward, we're requesting the approval of this special use permit, and we look forward to bringing this development to Caldwell.
Well, thank you very much. I have no further questions. I would like to consult the staff. Director Mapp, do you have any further comments on that? Okay. With that, I will close the public hearing and move to the decision stage. After reviewing my notes here, I think most of the questions have been addressed in the testimony. All right. For case SUP 21-16, the Canyon Village Apartments. Reviewing the comprehensive plan analysis, the hearing examiner accepts the comprehensive plan components as listed in the staff report starting on page 11 and 22. And going to the findings of facts, 6.1, section 6.1, the hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application. Proposed use is conditionally permitted by the terms of ordinance and is subject to conditions of approval. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case in order to be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met. The hearing was conducted within the guidelines of applicable Idaho Code and city ordinances. Section 8, order of decision. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of the law, the Caldwell hearing examiner hereby orders that case number SUP 21-00016, the request by Abby Stover representing Canyon Village Apartments for a special use permit to construct a 316-unit multifamily development on 15.44 acres located approximately 900 feet from the southwest intersection of East Homedale Road and Caldwell Boulevard in the C3 Service Commercial Zone in Caldwell, Idaho, is approved with the following conditions of approval. Starting on page 12 of the staff report and going through page 13, there is put in the staff report 12 conditions, 8.2 through 8.13. There have been a number of additions recommended by staff, which I will include. I have a couple of my own, and this is going to be sort of drawn out, but I want to amend, amend the following conditions to 8.3, which reads, comply with code requirements for Caldwell Fire Department, and I'm adding a comma and those in section 2.10 of this staff report. I want to amend condition 8.5 concerning the Valley View School District. The applicant shall provide sidewalks and street lighting to allow for safe walking to school and bus stops, comma, as stated in section 2.11 of the staff report. I'm going to eliminate condition 8.6, delete that, because it's covered in the prior condition 8.5. In what is written out as condition 8.8, I want to add to the end of that, I'll read the condition as follows. Comply with the landscaping requirements, chapter 7 of the zoning ordinance. Comply with the Treasure Valley tree selection guidelines for the landscaping plan in exhibit PA4, period. In condition 8.9, exterior lighting on the site must be directed to the property, and I will add at the end a comma, and not shine outside the property boundaries. In condition 8.11, shall read as follows. A 5-foot minor pathway shall be installed along the Moses Drain as recommended by the 2024 Bike and Pedestrian Plan, period.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
on condition 8.8, excuse me, 8.9, suggestion on wording. Exterior lighting on the site must be directed onto the property and not on adjacent properties.
Thank you. We'll make that in. So 8.8 will read, exterior lighting on the site must be directed into the property and not on the adjacent properties. Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Going to condition 8.13, shall read as follows. Enter into a development agreement for the Canyon Village Apartment Development that includes these conditions of approval. And at the suggestion of staff, we will add condition 8.14. And I may need help on this. 8.14, applicant must provide a revised site plan of the open space that shows there's no inclusion of the drainage areas in the 10% open space required. Going to add condition 8.15, the 10-foot buffer around all three sides of the out parcel. Let me start over. Around the out parcel, there will be a 10-foot buffer around all three sides, landscape buffer. Try that again. Okay. The out parcel will have a 10-foot buffer around all three sides. Landscape. Sorry about this, folks. You got to get it right. Staff recommended condition 8.16, and that 8.16 shall be as follows. Require 3 EV2 charging stations to provide charging for electric vehicles. We're going to add condition 8.17. 8.17 will read as follows. Development will conform with and implement the plans of record and the exhibits reviewed at the January 25th, 2022 hearing. Specifically included are the following exhibits: A3 preliminary plat, A8 landscaping plan, PA3 floor plans, PA4 preliminary landscape plan, and PA4 open space plan. Period. Going to add condition 8.18. 8.18 shall read as follows. Comply with the planning and zoning requirements in section 2.9 of this staff report. Going to add condition 8.19. 8.19 shall read as follows. A cross-access agreement is required for the easements providing access across the property to the east. righty as fast as I can, so with that, condition 8.19, that concludes the added and modified conditions of approval, and that also concludes this hearing. Thank you for, 1 second, the applicant wanted to speak.
Just one question.
You can't go back into, you cannot go back into the hearing again.
Okay. Yeah, I think,
Public hearing.
I think we'll have you talk to the staff if you have a question about that. And, the hearing is closed, and, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is case number SUP 21-000019, single-family home in a central business district zone. And with that, I'd like the staff to make their presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Herring, Examiner, Deb Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. I have been informed this application is for a special use permit required by our current ordinance for city center and central business district zone. The applicant is requesting to be able to build a single-family residence on an existing lot, vacant lot within the central business district zone in a primarily residential area. Staff is recommending approval of the application as requested, and they'll stamp petition.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. That is the briefest staff report I've ever heard. I do not have any questions. With that, I would like to ask the applicant to make a presentation, please. Mr. Pittman?
Nate Pittman, 624 North Glen Aspen Way, Star, Idaho. I did not get sworn in, so I don't know how that works. I didn't know I was gonna have to speak, so.
Would you swear this gentleman in, please?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Pretty straightforward. It's got all the utilities there. I think the only thing they were asking was that I redid the curb up there to make it a 90-degree curve instead of an approach curve. So other than that, I think everything's there. Water meter's there, the sewer tap's already there. Irrigation, pretty much everything, so it's pretty straightforward, so. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Now, sir, I do have a question. Is that an alleyway behind?
Yeah, it would be an alleyway, yeah, garage alleyway.
Okay, great. But you'll still have the driveway in front?
No, it's just gonna be landscape. I'll probably do a fence up front.
Okay, I see. And, is that in your site plan?
I believe so. It might not have the fence on there. I'm still,
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
I don't know if the,
You may check the fencing requirements
yeah.
before you do any of that.
Yeah. I haven't gone really that far yet, but as far as, it's not, the driveway's not gonna be in the front, it'll be in the rear, so it'll just be landscape up front, so.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony. Yep. And good luck. Thank you very much. There's no one else to sign up, to speak. Mr. Director?
I just want to mention that in the central business, zone, new residential development is required to have a special use permit. This is something that staff will be working on to reverse that requirement. I believe that you should have residential in your central business district, at the correct location. This is a correct location. Just want to put that on the record.
Thank you. That is, from section 10-12-03 in the land use schedule, on table 10-12-1, for allowed cases. And having no one else, I will close the hearing and move to the decision stage. Looking at, starting at page 3 of the staff report, there's a comprehensive plan analysis, and the Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the comprehensive plan components as listed in this section. Moving to page 4, findings of facts. The Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application. The proposed use is conditionally permitted by the terms of the ordinance and is subject to conditions of approval. Section 7, conclusions of law, for case number SUP 21-19. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case in order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met. The hearing was conducted within the guidelines of applicable Idaho Code and city ordinances. And the order of decision is as follows: based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the hearing examiner hereby orders that case number SUP 21-00019, a request by North Fork Custom Homes, Nate Pittman, for special use permit for single-family dwelling located parcel R0476350 after that in Caldwell, Idaho, in the Central Business District zone is approved with the following condition of approval. And the staff report states 2 conditions, 8.2, 8.3. I would like to add condition 8.4 as follows. 8.4, development will comply with and implement the exhibits presented in this January 25th, 2022 hearing. Specifically included are exhibits A2, written description, and A3, site plan. And with that, conclude this hearing and move to the next and last case.
Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Math?
Before you go to the last case, I just want to make a clarification.
Yes, please.
In regards to Canyon Village Apartments, when you made your final statement, you identified the project as a preliminary plat and not an SUP. So if a recording secretary can make that change, that's what the attorney is trying to get your attention on, and I stop any additional testimony. It was just a Floridian slip, that's all.
Are you referring to the condition that I added?
No, you just referred to the project as a subdivision and not a special use permit. It's not.
Actually, he was referencing the exhibit, and it says exhibit A3 preliminary plat, which is, it should have said site plan at the top of page.
Oh, okay.
16.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I had that site plan. So I think we're, okay, I just want to reference the 2 exhibits in the staff report.
So it needs to be the site plan versus what stated as the preliminary plat.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. The last item on the docket is case number ANN 21-10/PUD 21-4 Ryan's Crossing Townhomes. And with that, I'd like the staff to make the presentation, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 61 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn in. Today we have Ryan Crossing Townhomes. This comes with 13 duplex structures, so a total of 26 residential units on 3.56 acres. The project is 5.7 dwelling units per acre, with a net density of 8.8 dwelling units per acre. They're allowed to have, I believe it's 12%, so they are under that, or 12 units per acre, yes. So they are under. They have 19.3% qualified usable open space. With their amenities, they are proposing a hot lot, basketball half court, pickleball court, and fire suppression system. Staff would like to recommend, since fire suppression systems are required by fire, that the development provides another amenity, and staff would suggest EV2 charging station. They just one. With this, this is a PUD. And with the PUD, staff believes the development meets the requirements 3, 4, and 5 of the PUD, which is they preserve and properly utilize natural topography, as is shown with the Solomon Canal. 4 is they are constrained. This is a very small parcel, which is squished between Marble Front and Smead Parkway. And they are only allowed one access on the marble fronts, and they are also under 5 acres and surrounded by other platted developments. And these developments are Autumn Ridge West to the north, Topaz Ranch to the south, Topaz Ranch West to the south, and then Topaz Ranch to the east. And to the west is Topaz Ranch West. A correction that will need to be done in the staff report is that for the north, the zone is not county, it is R1, and for the comprehensive plan, it is also low density residential, not environmentally sensitive. I must admit that when I did my staff report. Valley View School District did have comments and conditions. They are concerned about the growth, as you know, with all the other developments. This would be a great opportunity for the city and schools to have a conversation about this at a later time. They do request that the development of sidewalks and street lighting to allow for safe walking to school or bus stops. There is no plan for bus stops. I don't know where the nearest one is, but as an engineering requirement, they have to upkeep sidewalks, so they will be able to follow with that. And I think that's it. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Alex. Let me look at this. I did have a question. Did you answer the one about the surrounding plats that already been issued or in process of being developed? The staff report on page 18, under the recommendation of PUD implementing plat, it states there are 12 duplex units for 26 residential units. That means 13, right? It should have been 13. top of page 18.
Yes, that will need to be corrected, that should be 13.
Okay, yes, crucial, all right, I'll change that to 13.
Math was not my strongest subject.
That's the only question I had. You addressed the other questions, and so with that, I would like, I guess by Zoom, the applicant, Stephanie, are we prepared for her testimony electronically?
Hi, Mr. Higgins, I'm not sure if you were referencing me on that, but I did submit, the needed paperwork, I think, to testify electronically.
Okay, would you please state your name and address?
Yes, Stephanie Hopkins with K Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise. I did testify, I did, swear in when you did that earlier. So I'm here tonight to represent our client, the property owner and developer of this site for Variance Crossing Townhouse. It's, as mentioned, staff did a good job, summarizing our request. I'll try to keep it pretty pithy since it's a little bit late. We are requesting 13 duplex units, and so that would be 26 residential units overall. We're requesting to annex into the city with the R2 designation and a PUD for the duplex units. Next slide, please. Thank you. We're located south of Marblefront, west of Mead Parkway. The site's approximately 3.5 acres. We're bound by the Solomon Drain on the south, and we are planning to keep that drain open, as is the development that was approved recently to the south. We're approximately a mile from the interstate. There are several school options in the area, as you can kind of see on this vicinity map. Not all of them are public. There are some other options as far as charter and private schools. And we're adjacent to existing and future residential lots. This map shows what has been entitled recently and is going to be constructed in the future. There are quite a few projects that will be coming down the pike. We were north of the Marblefront West subdivision that was recently approved, and that's the subdivision that's directly to our south. I believe they have, it's 115 acres, actually, I'm sorry. There's 132 buildable lots, I believe, in their first couple of phases, so that'll be quite a few homes coming in. Next slide, please. With that future land use map, we're in the medium density residential designation, which is consistent with our R2 district that we're requesting. There's some low density that's toward north and east, and then commercial and service further south. Next slide, please. I guess to mention too, in line with the comprehensive plan, we do support several policies and goals that are outlined in the document. We are promoting infill housing development in this area by supplying housing that would cater to a range of income levels and residential needs. There are a lot of single-family homes in this area, and we're proposing duplex units that will kind of cater to a different demographic and give folks the option to live in the place close to schools and existing services and transportation corridors. So next slide, please. These are the existing and future subdivisions that are shown on the city's website. I added a couple based on some research that we did. So as staff mentioned, the West Autumn Ridge and East Autumn Ridge subdivisions came in recently. Those are both about 10 acres, and they both have about 30 buildable lots in them. So they're less dense than some of the surrounding development, but we'll be bringing 60 homes in. And the Marblefront West subdivision includes 132 buildable lots. All of those lots are around 8,000 square feet, so they'll be complementary and go well with our project. And then there is a commercial subdivision that's been approved to the south as well for 33 commercial lots, and that's the North Ranch Business Park. That'll provide great commercial opportunities and employment opportunities for all the folks that will soon be living in this area. Next slide, please. So for our development plan, as mentioned, we have 13 duplex buildings. We do have 3 site amenities for residents included on this site plan. We are proposing a tot lot, a half basketball court at the northeast corner, and a pickleball court at the southeast corner. We're proposing one point of access to Marble Front Road. Marble Front and Smead Parkway are both cluster roadways. We'll be improving both roadways to engineering requirements, which is the 35-foot half-street section, including a turn lane on Marble Front and a sidewalk along both roadways. There will also be a landscape buffer to kind of complete the frontage there. As mentioned, the other developments that are coming in will complete their roadways, so this will kind of be the last full public use on this section of road. We are proposing internal attached sidewalks inside the subdivision, as well as a pathway along the Solomon Drain. The Solomon Drain will be left open, and let's see, we are proposing pathways to each of the different buildings. There's 13 additional parking spaces for visitors, and then each home will have two spaces within a garage, so covered parking for residents, should they want to park their vehicles, obviously, or if they have electric vehicles, they could charge them in their garages. And then, as mentioned by staff, we are going to be sprinklering all of the buildings as required by building codes. We did hold a neighborhood meeting in August of last year, and several residents came out. They did have some concerns, and based on those thoughts, we actually changed our site plan. Initially, we had an additional access point to Smead Parkway. It was between the pickleball court and the duplex, just north of that. And so we actually had an extra access point there. We were concerned that more traffic was going to be coming up and down Smead Parkway, and so we modified our site plan to kind of try to alleviate that concern as much as possible. It'll also benefit our residents because it'll eliminate some of the cut-through traffic that could have occurred for folks going from east to south or north. We also spread out the duplexes. Initially, we had some of them clustered together, so the building frontages were maybe larger massing than preferred. So we spaced those out to kind of make it a more consistent product type, and we spread the amenities out for easier access as well. So we think that these changes are an improvement on our previous plan, and that's why we went forward with this plan. Next slide, please. This is our open space and amenities rendering that we submitted to the application. We'll be including street trees along Marble Front and Smead. Staff did comment that they want those trees within the 15-foot landscape buffer outside of the right of way, so we will do that. We're also including open space in the northwest corner, as well as alongside the pickleball court and the basketball court. And then, as I mentioned, the pathway along the Solomon Drain. And then the amenities that I mentioned as well, so the tot lot, the pickleball court, and the half basketball court. Next slide, please. And these are our elevations. We're proposing a contemporary townhome style building. So it'll be 2-story units with 2-car garages, as I mentioned. Primary living space is going to be downstairs, so living space and dining area, that kind of stuff. And then the bedrooms are going to be on the top floor. That should for any neighbors that were concerned about having 2-story units next to them, that would prevent the amount of activity that's happening, I think, a little bit more than having the living space on the top floor. Building materials will be stone and stucco siding, propose a fair amount of wall articulation and windows to help break up the space and add architectural interest. And that, I think, is it for that slide. The next one, please. So, as we've talked about, I believe this project will complement existing and planned development. There's going to be a fair amount of growth in this area, and I think adding a little bit of diversity as far as housing products is provided is going to benefit neighbors as well as future residents here. We're providing a product type that's not currently available here, and given its proximity to the middle school, which is about a quarter-mile south, and other schools and other services in the area, it will benefit future residents to be so close to those things. We will be completing the transportation, corridor here as far as, improvements on Marble Front and Speed Parkway and, completing some of those improvements. We are excited to continue working with staff and, we're in agreement with the staff report and the commission's approval, so I will stand for any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. I have no further questions, but you will have an opportunity for rebuttal. So please stay, connected on the line here, and we will get back with you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, on the topic of conditions of approval, I was brought to my knowledge, we need to add one, is a license agreement with the irrigation company for the pathway along the Solomon Drain.
Alex, could you repeat the last part of that again with the irrigation company?
If the pathway lies within the easement of the Solomon Drain, they'll have to have a license agreement with the irrigation company. The Bureau of Reclamation, actually.
Okay, we'll revisit that. I next have, online again, for testimony, Kirby Clenenden. Kirby, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Kirby?
Yes.
Would you, state your name and address, please?
Yes. My name is Kirby Clendenin. I live at 4520 Marble Front Road, 83605, and I've been sworn in. So is my wife. She's gonna leave, this is my wife Judy, and she's gonna leave the speaking to me, I think. At the neighborhood meeting that we had, I think most of the neighbors that came out were pretty unanimous in saying that we objected to the rezoning from R1 to R2. Do you have my picture on there by any chance?
I don't have control over that.
Okay, I sent a picture to somebody, and they have to be used in this conversation.
I do have, yes, I have a paper photograph here, two photographs showing the roundabout and I guess it's the drain.
Yes, that's it. Okay, so the parcel in question is there on the left side. Yes, that one right there. And I live here to the right of the big barn, kind of and the Simpsons live in the barn area and the other buildings. And we have enjoyed this rural setting for a long time, and we know that we can't stop development. It's bound to come. But what I'm objecting to is the zoning from R1 to R2. If you look to the right of my property, that's the agricultural field that has gone R1. So that's what R1 looks like on the side of me. The two lots across the way, I believe, are developing under R1. And so my objection is, I don't think this should be rezoned R2. I think it should stay R1. There's plenty of R2 to the west of these properties that have already been made available for all the purposes of, families. Now, Stephanie mentioned that these apartments, these duplexes cater to a different demographic, and they certainly do. Since we've lived out here, and since they have started developing next to me with the R1, traffic has greatly increased, crime has increased. We've seen, I think we had the police out our way 15 times in about 2 weeks, late last year. And, I just would like to, ask you to deny the R2 zoning request so that, this land that we've lived on for 36 years could at least be surrounded by single-family residents. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clenenden, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
A question for staff, that Mr. Clenenden, brings up if this were to be R1, what is, do you have an estimate of the unit count that would be able to achieve on this property under the R1 zoning, and would that include duplexes?
So if this was zoned to be zoned R1, with a PUD, they can get up to 20 units per acre, or not, sorry, 6 units per acre. That'd be 20 units total.
So we have a difference of 6 units essentially. Duplexes could be developed in the R1, am I correct in that?
With a special use permit.
Okay, yes.
Staff would like to reiterate that the comp plan has this as R2, or medium density residential. Apologies.
Yes, and then medium density does allow the R2.
Yes.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe R1 allows, multifamily dwellings with a special use permit.
Duplexes do not count as multifamily.
Sure, yes, the duplex is allowed in the R1 with a special use permit. So it's just a matter of comparison here. We're talking about an application for 26 units under R2. It could be around 20 units under R1. So that is a difference. We're talking about 20% increase to the R2 zone. But the kind of factors that we have to consider here is a comprehensive plan allow this or recommend for it, and is the zoning appropriate? And your question is a good question and well taken, but the constraints on the lot provide probably more limitations than the zoning. And so I do appreciate your testimony, Mr. Clenenden, and thank you very much. To move to.
If I could, I'm sorry to take time, but I've waited a long time for this testimony. I took my information off of the city code, off of the city site, and it said that multifamily dwellings were not allowed in R1. So why are you telling me that they are allowed for the special use permit? I don't understand that.
Sir, the duplex is not considered a multifamily in the definition of the code.
Is that right?
Yeah, the multifamily would be, I believe, 3 or more.
Okay.
More than 6, I'm sorry, the staff said, multifamily is defined as, more than 6 units per structure.
Right, and it's how the code is written for that.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I corrected them.
So the duplex configuration could also occur in R1, but, maybe two fewer units, 2 or 3 fewer units than what is being proposed. But I do appreciate the concern and the question you have, and it's a valid question, so,
But it does cater to a different demographic of people.
I don't have any data on that. I don't think that is necessarily so, but, I do appreciate your question and, testimony. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to go to the next person on the sign-up sheet, Mike, Edkin.
I don't have any testimony at this time.
Okay, Sheriff declines to testify. Going to those in opposition, we have, Ms. Cindy Simpson. Would you like to testify, please?
I'm Cindy Simpson, 4500 Marble Front Road, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you. Proceed, please.
Well, I used to show pictures of what has been sacrificed, but I've come to realize it doesn't matter to development. It's all in the name of progress. I can continue to come to these hearings, and I will continue to plead to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, to protect the prestige of the Marble Front Road area. Grow with grace. Do not defile the beauty that those of us who reside there chose. I love it enough to fight for its splendor to be protected. Caldwell is the treasure of the valley, and those in charge are to be commended for their vision and foresight for Caldwell. I have noted the city of Caldwell's social media posts from time to time, inviting visitors to experience the heart of the Treasure Valley, come to the wine country, and tour the farms that are so crucial to the area. These statements make me think, hey, what about beautiful Marble Front community up over the hill? I really hope that out of sight is not out of mind. We watch in disbelief as our majesty and farmland disappear with haphazard planning. And I don't say this in disrespect. I say this from experience. And I submitted a couple pictures.
You're talking about these?
No. You downloaded them? As he's finding them, as the slides will show, our existing properties have, the landscape has followed the flow of the farmland for irrigation purposes. Development raises the level of the land to accommodate water and sewer to road level. As has happened to ourselves and our neighboring neighbors, the Clendenins at 4520 Marble Front Road, we have no privacy, or we pay to have what we are left with to bring it up to standards. The property we're here discussing tonight, in the slide, if you can go back to the one that shows the barn and the new properties behind it. As you can see, if you look at the slide, the development land was raised to a level to accommodate the sewer and water, which takes those houses way above our existing land. That fence line was put in at our ground level. It was noted as a privacy fence. And I don't know what you can call privacy about that fence when the houses are clear above the level of the fence. And then if we go to the next picture, on our side facing the Smead Parkway, we had to pay to put in this retaining wall in order for, when we put our fence in, to bring it up to the level of the sidewalk. Otherwise, the fence would have been down 4 feet below the sidewalk. So that's an added cost to us of multiple thousands of dollars. And, the property we're here discussing tonight is in the same hole we're in. However, it will be brought up to road level, and up front and center would be the 2-story multi-family dwelling. I don't want two-story buildings right out my windows of my home. Rezoning to accommodate more chaos is just not acceptable. We have seen an exponential increase in traffic flow, and homes are not even occupied yet. We even had an instance where we videoed drag racing. Police were called. We invited them to use our property to sit and watch. Their reply to us is they are just spread too thin. I truly hope we can fund our police a little better so we all have protection. Marble Front Road and Smead Parkway is going to experience insane traffic in the very near future. Accommodating multifamily on a very busy corner is just flat out irresponsible. We experienced 4511 Marble Front Road becoming a rental in the past year. With that came a huge increase in police activity to the property. Canyon County Sheriff was called to the home at least 20 times in a period of a month. That is one rental. I shudder to think what 25 units of rentals would bring. There has been an increase in crime already. Neighbors have had catalytic converters cut from their vehicles. Suspicious activity in construction sites. I retrieved a backpack with gang affiliation and filled with items for tagging. The only reason it was thrown in the bushes is because our dog alerted them. We turned her out and turned on additional lights. With that, they tossed it and ran. The development and expansion of schools causes this activity, and unfortunately, the individuals doing this feel it a necessity to mark their territory. I ask you to put thorough examination into these decisions. RV parks next to schools is not a good situation, and we have a new one to be built near Van Buren Elementary, which I objected to. And now it's my understanding there will be more multifamily living going in near Van Buren Elementary. The roads are not set up to accommodate the traffic. What are the children brought into these developments going to do? Where are they going to go? Ms. Hopkins referred to services and transportation. There's no services and transportation out there in our rural area. When development happens, someone pays. When subdivisions come in, the developers pay for improvements, and you, the city, collect the revenue. When industrial development comes in, as the case to the south near 2026, you pay for improvements and collect even more revenue, and we, the residents, suffer. And as was mentioned earlier, the surrounding areas to the west of us or to the east of us, excuse me, the subdivision that's being currently developed, building homes, that's R1. To the north of us, the two smaller parcels, R1. And given the amount of traffic flow, the congestion, what's to come, putting multifamily, duplex, whatever you wanna call it, we need as few homes on that corner as we can get. There's gonna be cross-traffic going into, Autumn Ridge. They're coming out, projected, they're wanting to come out on Marble Front. It's not a good situation. All residents in the Marble Front community understand development is inevitable, but we object to adding undue congestion, crime, and chaos to our once quaint and quiet community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, appreciate it. We have signed up next, Larry, Holberry. Huberry, Mr. Huberry, would you like to testify, please?
Larry Huberry, I live at 618 Mason Road, off of Marble Front, I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
I also went to the neighborhood meeting for this. Part of the problem is I've been out there 37 years. I grew up in Caldwell. I've been up and down Marble Front. I'll be 60 this next month. Nothing's been done to that road, and the traffic is horrendous. And now they've put a school in there on the Speedway, where the roundabout's at. You've got traffic coming off of 2026 now, they're being able to come up Speedway. The one off the Flying J is a straight shot from 2026 from the Marble Front. It's like a drag strip there. And now you can hear it up and down all night long on Marble Front, the cars racing up down it. And then part of the deal with Cindy is she's got two-story duplexes pointing right at their house now across the Speedway that is intrusive to their privacy because everything's being like you see in the pictures because happen to be raised because of the sewer and the water. But the traffic, nothing's been done to any of those roads. Other than where there's development, it's just hopscotch down through there, and some of it will never be changed. Because there's houses built up close to that road, and they've let the development across the street build out, so there's no way to widen the road unless you build the road on somebody's front door. And there's several of them if you look at the, Google Earth or however you wanna look at it. And then you, changing from R1 to R2, everything else. In fact, the other one was told in a neighborhood meeting that it was gonna be R1, and somehow or another that got changed to R2. The one that's to the southwest of this property, on the other side of Solomon Drain. So, we can't stop the development, but I don't feel that it should be changed from R2 to R1. Not only that, but you don't have one outlet, and it's on the Marble Front again. And then also, they claim they're gonna be parking in the garage. I don't know how many subdivisions you go into that has garages that are anybody parking on. You got 13 parking spots with this new division. So the rest of them are parking on the road, you won't even be able to get through that. You see it, every one of these other subdivisions, I don't know when the roads got so narrow, but you can't get two cars down through there with cars parked on both sides, without it being up on the sidewalk, so. That's all I got.
Appreciate it, thank you very much, Sugar. Next we have, Mr. Mike Miller, signed up, please.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, my name is Mike Miller, my address is 11956 Virginia Parkway, Caldwell, Idaho. I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Caldwell's growing and it's awesome. There have been some amazing improvements over the last 15 years that I've been here. However, Caldwell has not done a good job of matching infrastructure needs with growth. We are at least 1 year away from having the Highway 2026 expansion project hit this proposed area. This means that residents will have yet another housing development going up in an area that does not have the necessary infrastructure. According to the Caldwell Police Department, the intersection of KCID and 2026 has seen 31 calls of service over the last 12 months. Many of these calls of service are because of a lack of proper traffic lights. I understand that you have very little power over roads and when they are built, but you have a lot of power over how busy and dangerous those roads become. Most of these roads do not have sidewalks or adequate space for bicycles. Myself and many of my neighbors believe that adding new housing developments to this area without proper infrastructure is dangerous. I'm also concerned about who is paying for the new city services that will be needed for these new housing developments. Will it be the developer or will it be on the backs of the current residents? I'm under the firm belief that growth should pay for growth. I'm also super concerned that it may become commonplace, as I've just found out, that in R1, you can have 6 families living in the same dwelling, and that if we continue that, and make that commonplace throughout that entire area, that won't be the desire of the residents of this county, of the city. I understand also that that's more of a city council issue, but that causes me great concern that if that's the case, that there can be dwellings with 6 separate families within them. I'm also curious, and we've touched on this many times already tonight, you have the other members here of the already very stressed school system, right? Seems that we're continuing to approve these building developments, some of them quite large, with saying, well, we're gonna make a bus stop. Well, bus stop does 0 for that the schools are filled already, and that we don't have new schools available for potentially thousands of new students coming into them, and that I believe that before we go forward, that we need to have a solidified plan in place through planning and zoning, through the city, through the county, of how are we handling this growth, how is growth paying for growth, and how are we going to accomplish this growth in a productive manner. Growth is happening in Caldwell whether we like it or not, and I feel that we are in a unique stage to be able to control it properly, so that way we don't lose what Caldwell has been when I moved here and even way before that time. So I ask that you put this request on hold until the infrastructure in this area has been planned out, as in the process of becoming a reality. I thank you for your time, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I would suggest that you have a very eloquent presentation, that you share that with the mayor and city council, and with the purpose of revising and updating the comprehensive plan to reflect those kinds of ideas. That's where it has to happen, and the comprehensive plan really is driving what you see on the ground. So I would take that to the mayor and council and present them with those ideas. I think they'd be receptive to it.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. I have no more people signed up to testify. I will allow a rebuttal from Ms. Hopkins. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Stephanie Hopkins, just my address again.
No, you're on the record, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have the property owner and our client with us. I think he's actually in the hearing room with you, so he might be able to answer some questions, so I can't get to everything. But I'll try to touch on everything that was discussed. I think you just eloquently summarized the situation we're in. We're meeting the comprehensive plan, and the R2 district actually supports most of the policies and goals that the comprehensive plan puts forth for medium density residential. So, having this kind of density in this area next to two collector roadways with, a new school that was constructed south and, other expanding developments is complementary to what the city has forecasted, and put forth in the comprehensive plan. And that plan was actually updated, I think, in 2020 as well, so, it's pretty current compared to a lot of jurisdictions, but, I think as far as, I'm gonna try to go through the list of things that I wrote down. If I forget anything, please let me know. The demographic that I was referencing was really meant to be a favorable comment. I think it's important to have diversity and a lot of different types of people that live in communities. It tends to increase the community aspect of places, and in this case, being close to a school, there will be a lot of folks and families that maybe wouldn't be able to locate close to a school, that can, in a spot that might be a little bit more affordable, or a different kind of living environment that they'd be looking for. In addition, these duplexes are really built to function more like single-family homes. It's not a multifamily development. They will look more like single-family homes. They're attached with one wall in the center, and then they'll have garage space and, 2 floors of living space for residents. It won't be like a garden-style apartment or anything like that. There's going to be additional parking, and our client is willing to include in the CCNRs that residents are required to park their vehicles in the garages rather than using for storage space. In addition, the houses that or the duplexes that we built will be 3 beds, 2.5 baths, will be 1,300 square feet. A great starter home for a lot of folks that couldn't maybe afford something in another place. Cindy has mentioned that she's concerned about having 2-story homes right across from her house. There will be about 70 feet of distance between, I think her property line and the nearest duplex. There'll be 2 duplexes on that east side, so 4 units altogether, and about 70 feet of space in between, which includes Speed Parkway. As far as the mention of rentals, we really can't guarantee who is going to rent out their property or what kind of folks live in rentals. I know that I personally have had to live in rentals before, and I don't think it speaks to the character of the person. It really just provides a type of housing that people need sometimes, and some folks prefer to rent rather than own. It doesn't necessarily make them, not a great neighbor. I think, let's see, the roads will be more adequate once development comes. It's kind of a chicken and egg situation, I think, in a lot of cases. Development brings along road improvements, and you don't have road improvements until the development happens. A lot of times there's some growing pains kind of in the middle. This area is certainly feeling that. There are quite a few developments that have been approved, and we'll be bringing in, more road improvements, and Speed Parkway is actually improved to accommodate the middle school that was constructed to the south as well. So, that infrastructure development was, I think, done by the city to make sure that the road was adequate to be able to serve that school. Our property will not be neighboring any of the property owners that spoke today, so we won't be touching that property as far as the infrastructure improvements that we'll be making. We will obviously grade the site in the way that is necessary, so it will likely come up to the roadway, as Cindy mentioned. The internal roadway will be 26 feet in width, which is the standard width. The fire department normally requires that, so the fire trucks can go around and make it in and out of the development. And I should mention too that our elevations for the duplex units don't have windows upstairs on the back of the unit, so for Cindy's concerns, those duplexes won't have anyone that can see into their property from the top story. And as I mentioned, those 2 bedrooms up there, so it shouldn't be a whole lot of activity. Response to Mike's comments, he mentioned matching infrastructure needs with development. A lot of times that kind of comes together. with the development. And let's see. Our client had mentioned to me that the 2026 project starts this summer. Our project is going to break ground, if approved, in about 6 months, and so it'll take probably a year after that, so we're probably a year and a half out from having any buildings on the site, so we'll miss that, the onslaught of extra, traffic that has been mentioned by Mike, as far as 2026 not being completed yet. And as far as school capacity, that's always a tricky one. It's, you know, property taxes pay for things like schools, and so you kind of need the houses to be able to justify additional capacity, but, I think, you know, we're all willing to try to find unique ways to fund schools, and I think that as a previous applicant earlier tonight mentioned, if there were, you know, some kind of impact fees or something, I think a lot of developers would be in favor of that to help fund schools and other, infrastructure things that are needed to make development not as, detrimental to the existing community. So, I know that Mike is in the audience, so if there were any other questions that maybe I missed, or if he maybe wants to add something, I'd like to invite him up. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. The question was raised about the zoning, the differences in the development, were it zone R1 versus R2. Did you do an analysis of development in the R1 zone?
Mr. Henry, directed me. Okay, I think it was, yeah, we didn't consider R1. We looked at the area and thought R2, because it was the south already, would be consistent, and it matched the product type that our client wanted to use in this project. And the density matched well with the PV that we were requesting. So, we hadn't considered R1.
Thank you. The question of affordable housing is always part of our consideration here. It's a very important part. Would you consider, were this to be built out as proposed, as the affordable housing?
Mr. Henry, I'm not sure what our client's intent is with, the affordable aspect of this. I remember actually in our neighborhood meeting, folks were, neighboring residents were pretty adamantly against the idea of affordable housing, just because it, in their opinion, brings forward a different kind of, resident. But that would be something if Mike wants to address, he could come up and talk about it, but I'm not sure that we've considered that option.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. I have no further questions. I appreciate your testimony, and,
thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask staff if you have any comments. With that, I will close the public hearing and move to the decision phase. I would like to introduce the exhibits that we received, a packet from the applicant, called Ryan's Crossing Townhomes. I've labeled this as ANN 21-10-1. We have photo exhibits from the testimony. Trying to find the name here. Sorry, from Kirby Clenenden. Mr. Clenenden introduced two photo exhibits that refer to and are attached to the email here that he sent concerning this testimony this evening. I will label that ANN 21-2. Moving right along, it's been a long evening for us. would like to say there's a very valid concern about the zoning. The zoning, persists, for seemingly forever, for lifetimes. And, you know, it is really the essential question in a proposal like this. The comprehensive plan specifies the area as medium density. The R1 zone is allowed, the R2 zone is allowed in that comprehensive plan designation. So there's, the plan has other goals and policies, which I'm reviewing this time, and they seem to address this in a very general way, as the comprehensive plan does, but there's, in a lot that's small, relatively small, it's really hard to make it workable. It's a triangular shape. It's sort of a difficult lot to develop, and that has to be balanced with the quality of the proposal. And what I've seen here in the presentations, this is a well-designed development. It may not be ideal for the setting. You know, there's no doubting that, but it will fit in with the new development. It doesn't necessarily address the issues of those who lived there for years and decades. And there's really little solace of them to say that this is well designed and doesn't help their circumstances at all. And there are other considerations about traffic, the impact on schools, and the impact on public services. And these are issues that are inherent in this discussion, but somewhat out of the purview of what we can address directly. But with that, reviewing the comprehensive plan analysis for annexation, I'm looking at page 15 of the staff report. There are goals and policies provided on pages 15 and 16 that argue favorably for this application. The statement from staff is the request for annexation was not found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan components, and I support that statement. The comprehensive plan does allow for this type of development. In section 6, the findings of facts for the annexation, ANN 21-10, the Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used and evaluated in the application. Section 7, the conclusions of law for the annexation. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case and recommend to the city council that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met. The hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances. The recommendation is as follows. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell hearing examiner hereby recommends to the mayor and city council that case number ANN 21-10, request for annexation of 3.56 acres with the designation of R2, medium density residential, for the purpose of a proposed planned unit development and preliminary plat for Ryan's Crossing townhomes containing 13 duplexes, 26 residential uses on parcel R352850 is approved with the conditions of approval listed in section 10 or section 9. Section 9 on page 16 of the staff report lists 3 conditions of approval pertaining to the annexation portion of this application. In condition of approval 9.3, I'd like to add an additional sentence at the end of that condition. And that sentence is, it will include conditions of approval for PUD 21-4. And this is in reference to the development agreement. With that addition, look at the policies for the comprehensive plan in regards to the planning and development and preliminary plat. The hearing examiner agrees that those policies are appropriate and make the case that this is an appropriate use and type of use and design in the R2 zone. On page 18, section 11, the findings of facts for PUD and preliminary plat, PUD 21-4. The Caldwell hearing examiner accepts the facts outlined in staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application. Conclusions of law, PUD and preliminary plat. The Caldwell hearing examiner has the authority to hear this case and recommend to the city council that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances. The recommendation for PD and preliminary plat, based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell hearing examiner hereby recommends to the mayor and city council the case number PUD 21-4, request for a planning and development preliminary plat for Ryan's Crossing townhomes with 13 duplex units, 26 residential units on approximately 3.56 acres, parcel R352850, with designation of R2 medium density residential is approved with conditions of approval listed in section 15 to be enumerated in a development agreement. The conditions of PUD of preliminary plat, as they appear in the staff report on page 18, run from condition 15.1 through 15.13. To that, I'll add in condition 15.5, just a small addition, in the first sentence, it mentions exhibit A13, and then we'll add an exhibit A14 attached here too, in regards to the submitted portion of the application in the landscape plan and so forth. Moving to a new condition of approval, 15.14, there will be an EV2 charging station required. There is the next addition, condition 15.15, 1515, that goes something like this. If the pathway falls within the Solomon Drain, a license agreement with the irrigation company will be required. I would like to defer to staff to see if that's accurate.
Yes, it's actually a Bureau of Reclamation facility, and so the license agreement will be with the Bureau of Reclamation.
Okay, not the irrigation. Okay. Once once again, 1515, if the pathway falls within the Solomon Drain, a license agreement, with the Bureau of Reclamation will be required.
The drain easement, right.
Okay. Try it again, if the pathway falls within the Solomon Drain easement, a license agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation will be required. Good. Thank you very much. And with that, I close the hearing.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes,
Before you close the testimony, you need to, provide exhibit numbers for the pictures that, Ms. Simpson
I
provided.
did.
No, you provided the ones for Kirby Clendeton.
For,
Those two, but there were, Rob brought up some additional photos of the rocks along the roadway and the elevations of the homes above the.
Oh, yes, I'm terribly sorry.
That's okay.
Those photos will be known as Exhibit ANN 21-10, numbers 3 and number 4. There are 2. Okay, and with that, I'll close the hearing and adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much for your participation.
Goodbye.